2025. Then right after that, the Managing Director's report for the financial year report 2024-2025 performance and outlook. And this will be shared by none other than the Managing Director of the fund, Patrick Auditor. Then we will also see or have a communication from the chairman of the board of directors, Dr. David Ongom, and then the finance minister, Matia Kasaija, will thereon go on to announce the interest rate declaration, a session that most members really look out for, at least I myself being amongst the biggest contributors. But anyways, it is important to note that in 2015, about 10 years ago, NSSF launched a strategic plan to grow its assets under management to 20 trillion Uganda shillings by 2025. And by June 2025, as announced in the pre-meeting dialogue, NSSF exceeded this target, reaching 26 trillion Uganda shillings, surpassing the 2015 projection by 6 trillion shillings. So as it stands, there is more to celebrate as the fund commemorates its 40 years of existence since the year 1985. And now, let's hand you over to the live event as the Auditor General gives his opinion.
Performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards and in the manner required by the NSSF Act, Cap 230 of the laws of Uganda. In brief, the Auditor General has given a clean audit opinion on the financial statements of the NSSF of the fund. You'll also allow me to mention here, as is always the case, as I earlier introduced in my remarks, the Auditor General is allowed to appoint private audit firms to assist him in the conduct of audits. And in the same manner, allow me to also mention that in the subsequent year, for the subsequent year that will end in June 2026, the Auditor General intends to again appoint KPMG certified public accountants to audit the accounts of the fund. I beg to submit.
This morning and realizing we don't have proper health and good manners. Let's clap for him. More so, for saying without any fear of contradiction that indeed NSSF is as healthy as they come. That said, folks, when you have a healthy institution, financially at least, like NSSF is, what more would you really be asking for before you can turn around and indeed choose to be a member if you're not already one? But also importantly, subscribe, if you're a business, to have your employees as part of this growing, rich, and stable membership that NSSF does have. And that's the reason we are here today, to show benefit for those who already are as part of the NSSF bigger family. As we await for the arrival of the Honorable Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, as well as our line minister, that of gender and related issues, which include social security, I wish, in a special way, having introduced the board chairperson of NSSF, to also recognize all the members of the NSSF board. May I request that you stand up? Thank you very much. We appreciate. Then, of course, we have got our distinguished members from the trade unions, from the respective trade unions. We have representatives from NOTU, may wish to wave at us. Thank you very much for coming. Representatives from COFTU. Wow. Employer representatives, some representing the Federation of Uganda Employers. Where are you? The Federation of Uganda Employers always keeps time. That should also give you an indication of how they treat the employees. Well, it's about showtime. It's now my singular honor and pleasure to look you in the eye, Mr. Patrick Auditor, and invite you to come and join me here on the stage. And when you do, I'll tell you what to do. Thank you. Patrick, speak to these people. There is thousands online watching us. There is perhaps tens of thousands on all major TV stations in the land. And then, of course, there is a crowd outside the room watching you on huge screens. Enjoy.
Good morning. Good morning. Now, you guys want me to repeat a story you normally say. You know, I grew up in a small village called Nyem Nyem. If you doubt that it exists, if you ever go from Tororo to Mbale, it's exactly halfway. A little trading center called Molo, make a left. 4 kilometers you'll run into Nyem Nyem. I used to be a primary school teacher, and there's something that stage of life makes life so enjoyable. So if I walked in the class and I said, "Good morning, pupils," how they respond? Morning, however broke I was, I just felt good. So please help make me feel good. Good morning, pupils. Now that, if you doubt it, please, next time you volunteer for anything, go teach your primary school. You'll be amazed at how they re-energize you in the process. So I'm just going to take you a bit about the performance of the fund. Like we do at the fund, we will talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the reason is the fund is made up of you and me. And I'm not perfect, and we're not perfect. Therefore, we talk about all of it in terms of transparency. But before I start, let me just ask the people who really manage this fund, the EXCO members. If you're an EXCO, please just stand up for representing EXCO and remain standing. Well, thank you. I'll start on my left, Barbara Arimi. She's our Chief Marketing Officer. Got Mr. Isaac Ogwang, he's our he's our Chief Legal Officer representing Agnes. So anything we do, we make sure that we cross all the legal T's. We fight a lot, by the way, because we think we should do other things. They tell us you can't. Mr. Wori is our Chief People and Culture. If I cross on this side, now the guy who really keeps us on to right standing in front of us, Mr. Jerry Kasato, he's the Deputy Managing Director, doing unbelievable work and amazing work in terms of keeping the fund. Right behind him is Mr. Stevens Mwanje. He keeps all our money, won't spend it, he won't let it go. And next to him is Mr. Edward Senyonjo. Mr. Edward Senyonjo falls in the category of Isaac Ogwang. We want to do certain things, they say you can't, it's too much risk in terms of what you're doing, and we have our little battles in that case. And right next to him is his brother called Geoffrey Barije. He's our Chief Internal Audit. So between Geoffrey, Edward, and Isaac, they really constrain us, but it's all for good, and we love it because at the end of the day, the reason why we can get a clean audit is because we operated within the guardrails that we need to set up. Next to Geoffrey is Mr. Dan Mugura, the new addition to our Chief Procurement Officer. Next to him is Mr. Ken Owera. The good things on the market that we're talking about, a lot of the decisions that he makes in terms of how to invest. Personal money is the biggest part of the fund. If you have a problem, please make sure you recognize him. He's Geoffrey Sajabi. All your contributions, all your benefits be paid. If you have a problem, don't come to me yet, go to him, because most likely I'll go to him. So you can just go to him directly and beat him up if you need to, so it will work. And then behind him is our Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Benoni. He's done an amazing job. And our Chief of Strategy is back there, Alex Romanyika. So together as a team, that's then how we divide how we do our function. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. We appreciate it. So I'll just go through a bit of our content and talk a little bit about where we've been. In 2015, and we go back there, it's important we kind of go through there, we signed on what we call our 10-year strategy, which ended June 2025. And it was very interesting that at that time, it was unique because the fund was just trying to recover from what it had been in the past. There are a lot of questions about the fund. There's a lot of regulatory uncertainty. We didn't know where the liberalization was going to take place. And we set out in 10 years' time, we want to be this. If you look at what was happening in the fund at that time, there was a lot of agitation. Many would remember around that time, places like Algeria, there were a lot of agitation with young people. Technology was becoming bigger and bigger. As I talked, the regulatory environment was changing. Now, more importantly, the customers were demanding more and more from the fund. Inside, we basically had a problem with antiquated systems. We had a problem with our real estates. Trying to develop them, we couldn't go. We blamed everybody, including PPDA, but you know, we have to blame somebody. And then we needed to really, and I think the biggest asset the fund had was our people, our staff, young, energetic, but we need to harness them to bring their full potential to what we needed. We knew that our core was provide retirement, but also at that time we were only basically covering about 1 million members. So we wanted to prepare to cover all Ugandans, but establish a very innovative agenda if we're going to do that. So we said, okay, by 2025, this is how we'll know we are successful. These four metrics form the strategy for the last 10 years. When a 95% satisfaction rate, 1 day in processing benefits, 95 customer satisfaction rate, and 20 trillion shillings in assets. If I summarize in a sentence, basically we said, if we make our staff fully engaged and we give them the right tools, we'll measure it that they become so efficient they can pay some benefits in 1 day. Then they will wow our customers to the extent that when we measure it by 95%, those customers, when they are wowed, will trust us enough to give us their money. 20 trillion shillings by June 2025. So we laid out that the only way we're going to get there is we needed to have a very clear vision to be the social security provider of choice. Now, a very interesting pick of words. We're a mandatory scheme, but here we're talking about the word choice. We wanted, even if there was no other scheme you could put your money in, if you go to bed at night, you would say, thank God I saved with NSSF. We're our own competition. And that's where the word social security provider of choice came through. We came up with a very interesting purpose, a small one, that our purpose is to make lives better by making savings a way of life. That's our purpose, even today. We really love for people to save because we know what it does. We had our core values, as every entity has: member focused, integrity is key to the things we do, creativity, and we define it for us, and collaborations, I think things we want to do. How are we going to get there? We looked back and said, what do our members want? So it wasn't built in a vacuum. So we said, what concerns our members the most? So we came to what we call customer or member value propositions. Things we're going to promise you. Number one, safety. That when you become eligible to come for your money, it's there. Safety. Physical safety of your savings, but also preservation of value. That you don't lose money because you saved with us. And that becomes so fundamental that each budgeting cycle will begin with one thing, say, we've promised our members they will not lose value. For many of you who want to guess what the interest rate is going to declare today, look at the 10-year average inflation over the last 10 years, add it 2 percentage points, and you'll be close to guessing to what the interest rate could be. Because we wanted to make sure that we pay you above inflation in everything we do. Number two, convenience, that you can do business with us anytime, anywhere, at your convenience. It informed how we train our people. It informed the technology we buy. that the technology we buy has to deliver what we call ubiquity. Ubiquity means that if you are lying on your bed and you have a cavity, you can access us. You can initiate a claim. You can register with the fund. You can make a contribution with the fund in your bedroom. If you're in Karamoja and you have a tab, you can do the same thing anywhere, anytime. Number two, that had be straight through process. The reason you start that is you don't want, when somebody starts, you don't want them to stop or someone to interfere in that case. And the self-service, you can do it, make it so simple that people can actually utilize the system without going anywhere else. That would give us convenience. The last one is empowerment. This one we couldn't deliver until November 2024, when the Minister of Gender signed into law the regulations around voluntary. One of the saddest stories that I hear with members is this, is somebody has 100 million shillings with a fund, his wife is sick, and they need a kidney transplant to go to India. The law never made a provision for a sick wife or a sick child. And remember we told you I have got Mr. Legal Custody there. You can't cross the line. If we do that, then we become unlawful, which that breaks it. So a lot of times, the whole idea behind voluntary is you set aside something for you that when those moments come and you need to access that money, you will take care of your short and mid-term. And that's why we are so passionate about what we need to do in that case. And we'll give examples about what some people have done, because sometimes we realize, we think that's hard to save. In our midst, I will talk about a couple of people. You won't believe what they've done with just a voluntary program. So many of you know this, how we do our business. We start with a member, collect on your behalf the 5% you give, and the 10% the employer has been forced to give you. I stop there to say this. Many of us don't realize how that is an amazing investment. That the day you put your 5,000 shillings, the day you put in your 5,000 shillings, the employer is forced to put in 10,000 shillings. And it's all yours. Well, you can't touch it right away, but it's all yours. In financial terms, that very day you earn 200% on day one. In fact, it was designed that way so that NSF doesn't make reckless decisions. Because safety of your money is more. And very few investments have that and do provide that. We then invest your money. Last year, about 6.3% of that investment was real estate, 13 in stocks, 8 in fixed income. The most interesting thing is when you look, real estate tends to be the most visible part of the fund. Look at pension towers, look at Loboa, look at the workers' house, look at all this. And you may think that all NSSF is real estate. No, all that is 6.3% of the fund. But we get the most pain from this 6.3% as an investment entity. But we have guys who are helping us and make sure it works. We earn revenue, and from those revenues, we pay overhead. Last year, as we'll show, we paid 0.89% of assets as expenses. In the world of pension, there's a very good measure for efficiency. It's called cost of administration. You take all your expenses for the year, divide it by your asset base, and that gives you how efficient you are. Last year, we were around 1.08%. This year, we are at 0.89%. If I give you in context, globally, there are 312 schemes that are as big as us, right around $7 billion. The global standard for cost of administration today is 2.2%. If you're doing 2.2% and the size 7 billion, you are very efficient. Let me talk to you about my neighbors, our peers across, because we exchange these notes. NSF Kenya, right around 2.7%. NSF Tanzania is around 3.2%. NSF Uganda is 0.89%. And that tells you the efficiencies with which we actually run this. When we've covered that, the thing that is very interesting also to note is, people think that when we collect from you, we spend it. No, we invest it. It's out of the revenues that we then cover our overhead. And when that has happened, the balance of it is put on your statement as interest. When you become eligible, then you come and take your money if you wish. Up until maybe 2 years ago, you didn't have a choice. Today you do have a choice. You don't have to take it all. You can take bit by bit. You can leave it for the next 10 years. It will be there, earning interest and making it an amazing investments for you. If you just run those numbers and look at your 5%, the 10% from, and whatever NS has put in, by the time you hit 55, assume you've been working for 30 years, you extrapolate, try it and see. What you only put in that fund is about 20% of that total pot. And that total pot, even if you had 1 million shillings, would be closer to 500 million shillings in savings. So after the end of 55, what you have saved personally is about 20%. What your employer put in is 40%. The balance is what NSF has put in that account. So it is really an amazing safe way of investing for your own future. If you look at back in 24, 24, this was basically a few numbers. I think the key thing to note is last year our membership grew by slightly over 250, both from voluntary side and from mandatory side. Employers also, we had about 113. They grew right around, they grew by about 15,000. Now, not all of them are complying yet. And we'll talk about the pain point that we have in this case. I think the most one we can go through is this. There was a study that we did. It was done by a different arm of KPMG. We basically contracted them to try to go and find what value have we generated as a fund to this economy or economies. This is the number they came with over the last 10 years. But over the last 10 years, NSF has contributed 59.5 trillion shillings to the economy and to the GDP. Sustained and supported or created 1.9 million jobs. And if you look at the average payout per person over the last 10 years was about right around 20 million shillings. But then that number today, when you look at the average payout, is around 25 million shillings. That's what somebody is taking home after they've saved for all this, they work for 10 years. One, our wages are low in the country. Two, our jobs are not stable. Today you are working, the next day you're working. So you find that what somebody is taking out, think about somebody has worked for the last 30 years, now they're leaving, and they're going 25 million shillings. And then they're going to live longer. Many of you may not know, about 20 years ago, the lifespan of Uganda was around 43 years. In fact, people were saying, if I'm now living up to 43 years, NSF, you're kidding me. So you want me to come for my benefits at 55, but I'm dead at 43. And there was a point. In fact, there was a clamor to reduce the retirement age because of that. Thank God when you look at the demographics in Uganda, the lifespan of an average Ugandan female is, I think, 64, males around 62. Now, there's what's called the longevity. The longevity is how long you live after that 63 or 62. In Uganda, it's 15 years. So what you're going to do, add 62 plus 15, that's around 77. Add 64 plus 15, around 79. Let me challenge you. Go to your village and you'll see how many 70-year-olds are living in your village, and compare that to 10 years ago. There are more 70-year-olds working in your villages today than they did. The point is, you're not going to say, life will not stop because you're retired. No, you're going to live longer. If you retire at 55, you have an additional 20 to 30 years. What do you need to do in that case? How do you plan for it? And that's kind of the conversation we now need to have. If you're very lucky, you have 100 million shillings and so on, you've been making 1 million shillings a year. The then they say, okay, give me my money, let me go. I hit 100 million shillings. Data shows that as soon as you get that 100 million shillings, then the need for that money shows up. Somebody is sick, you have to fork it out. Somebody died, somebody's getting married, whatever it is, suddenly 2 years later, the 100 million shilling is gone. And now you don't have a job. So a bit of a word to the wise. Leave the 100 million shillings, continue to get 1 million shillings like you've been making, and that will carry you all the way through 75. You will live with some of your grandchildren as you do that. So that's kind of the conversation that we think we have to have as we go through these things. If you look at the investment, and I think we talked about this, economic growth in Uganda was really good, grew at 6.3%. Inflation was under control, and we talked about that. Stock market increased across East Africa. Interest rates continued to do the yo-yo. The exchange rate was interesting. It's a double-edged sword. Our Uganda shilling strengthened against the regional currencies. Good news, we have this myth that we want a strong currency. Yeah, psychologically it's very good, but sometimes it may not help us very much, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So just say we were growing up 6.3%, and the economy is going to grow even much further. There are fundamentals that are strong in the economy that we know will do that. If you look at inflation control, those are basically, we really want to thank, really Bank of Uganda has done an amazing job. Sometimes we don't understand it, or sometimes we just say, if you look at the CBR rate, Bank of Uganda is using CBR rate to manage part of the inflation. You look at the top, and you can see that in June 2023, the CBR rate was 10%. The inflation was 4.8%. So what they did is they increased the CBR rate to 10.3%. Inflation dropped to 3.8%. It came back 9.8. Inflation slightly went up 4.25, but it's well managed in terms of how they are managing this economy. And that's the economy is really, when you had this video, people from Ian Clark talking about, this country is only one way you can bring, and let me give you an example. If you could borrow $10,000 from the US, or you borrowed $10,000  5 years ago, came and exchanged it in Uganda shillings, and invested those Uganda shillings, that rate was around 36 million shillings. You bought a Uganda bond, and at the end of 5 years, you got back your money and exchanged back in dollars. The number shows you would have had $18,000. Not just from the return itself, but the currency held that you didn't lose any money through depreciation, which you can't say that about a lot of African currencies for that matter. So we applaud especially Bank of Uganda having done this. I think this is important, just know that we get a lot of our income from our interest rates. This was happening with the economy. In the economy, the Uganda rates went up, Kenya went down, Tanzania a bit of a mix, but mostly down. But this is a reflection of the dynamics in that economy. When you look at the stock exchange, as we pointed out, all of them recovered. Whether it was Kenya, Tanzania, or Rwanda, they all recovered, which means you will see how that translates into our thing. Here's the Uganda shilling. Against the Kenya shilling, it basically appreciated to 27.8 from 28.7. Against the USD, appreciated to 35.94 from 37.09. Against the Tanzanian shilling, appreciated to 137 from 1.41, and then Rwanda appreciated to 2.50 against 2.83. Now, let me give you what an appreciation means in terms of the economics of it and how it impacts you. Last year, I gave an example. Let's say that there is a cow I want to buy in Kenya. And last year, the exchange rate between the Uganda shilling and the Kenya shilling was 28.7. That cow cost 10,000 Kenya shillings. So what I would do is I would get the equivalent of Uganda shillings, 28,700, exchange it and get $10,000, go to Kenya and buy that cow. But because I keep my books in Uganda shillings, I record that cow at 28,700 shillings. We are all good. This year, the shilling is 27.8. The shilling appreciated. I don't need 28,000 shillings to buy 10,000 shillings. Or Kenyan shillings, I need 27,000. I need 27 shillings. So the Uganda currency has strengthened. But Mr. Lukwaga sat there and the Auditor General tells me the accounting standards require that I reflect the proper valuation on my books. So now the cow I had recorded in my books at 28,000, I have to write it down to 27,000 because of currency. So someone said, hey, you lost 1,000 shillings. True, a paper loss, but I still have the cow. I never sold the cow. I still have that cow in Kenya. Is that the revaluation mandates that I should revalue it at the exchange rate that has. So a very interesting thing you see with Uganda. So on one side, when the Uganda currency appreciates, we are so happy, because that means that now if I want to travel, my Uganda shilling can buy more dollars than it used to buy before for me to go. But the other side of it is, if we need to export, then our exports are going to be a little more expensive than they used to before. So you can see the balancing Bank of Uganda has to work with in terms of trying just to make sure that the economy remains there as it is. So some say, is it good to have a strong currency? Shouldn't we? I'm saying, depending on which end of the stick you're sitting on. There's a time when it's not good. There's a time when it's very valuable for that purpose. And what does this all tell us? I mean, the economy, as we said, has been very resilient. So how did we perform? And I'm going to take a little bit for the 10 years. In 2015, when we set up our strategic objective, what we call Vision 2025, which ended June 2025, there are things we did not know. We did not know there was going to be COVID, which would shut down the country for 2 years. We did not know there was going to be midterm, where suddenly the fund has to let and pay out over 500 billion shillings to members who came for midterm. We did not know, this one you allow it, there was going to be parliamentary inquiry, where the rectors, or whatever it was. So we naively set our targets for June 2025. So how do we perform against that? And against that, what I just laid out. Remember, we said we wanted our members to have a success rate of 95% by then. If you look at just the movement, there was a dip. We had actually hit 94 just before 2021. Then when the parliamentary drop came, really discouraged a lot of staff members, we dropped to 82%. But by the end of last year, we had recovered at 91%, which is incredible. Not many companies go beyond 75%. Now, if you look at the thing that we look at one day, payment time, we'll measure how efficient we are with how quickly we pay your benefits. Now, these are the numbers. We paid 1.32 trillion in last year, 1.3 trillion shillings in benefits, versus 239 billion in 2015. We paid 48,000 members from 15,000 in 2015. Our turnaround time was interesting. Our age benefit and midterm benefit, most of it now we are paying it within 2 days. But some people get shocked, you come and put in your application in the morning. In fact, the best thing to do, I'll go on to that. If you come to the office to apply, it will take you more time. Apply from your phone. It's much easier for you to do it in your phone. It will come through and we're able to process that. It's a midterm. Because midterm, there's no risk. You are still our member anyway. You're only taking 20%. We'll catch up with you if you make a mistake. But we've been able now to make that efficient that we can actually pay it within the 2 days that we need it. The one that takes us long still is the survivor. Because survivor, there are so many dependencies before we can pay that we didn't have before. Now remember we said that if you have an engaged staff and they engage our customers and give them the tools to act and they become more efficient, they will actually make the customer more satisfied. So this is over the last 10 years. In around 2016, what we did is not 2016, 2017, we changed the parameters because we found that we needed to be more strict in how we're doing it. So at that point, so we began measuring our customer satisfaction from a 78% level, because that was what it was. End of this year, we are 88%. But if you're most of global companies and they're asking what the satisfaction rate is, most are very happy at 70%. But NSF, we think 90 is really where we need to belong to, not 75%. Now, you guys are the ones who can tell us how well we are doing in that service as we continue. So how did we do on the growth? The target was 20 trillion shillings. And given all the things I had told you, in fact, that there was COVID, there was midterm, there was the hearings that were disruptive. How did we do as a fund? So this is kind of a bit of looking at last year. what informed it. Look at the contributions. It went up from 1.93 trillion to 2.13 trillion, 10% change. Benefits that we paid up went up from 1.12 trillion, 1.32 trillion. Revenues went up from 2.53 trillion to 3.13 trillion. And our asset under management, which I really want to say, went up from 22.13 to 26.01. We hit the 20 trillion mark in January 2024, 18 months ahead of schedule, in spite of what we had done through in that case. This just tells you how countries have been growing. More and more members are basically trusting us with their money. If you look at the contribution over time, Smart Life is one that I really want to talk about. Smart Life, we just rolled it off last November. And you just see what happened. So in November, the balance was 270 million shillings. End of June, the number was 18 billion shillings. In the 2 months since June, the number is 26.90. And allow me to introduce somebody here, Shamina. Shamira? Where is Shamira? She here? I think I see. Yeah, she's here. Oh, thank you. Shamira is back there, an amazing lady. That lady works in a window market. She is a business person in a window market. We went to a window and camped there for 2 weeks. Between March and now, 203 days have passed. She has made 256 deposits. Remember, the minimum is 5,000 shillings. We won't tell you what she has saved today, but goodness me, Shamir is a good example of what discipline and consistency means. It's not how much you save, it's how consistent, how disciplined you are to save. And she's been an amazing example of what all of us can learn from her. Then there's another one who is very interesting. I think Haji Lule. Haji Lule is there. Haji Lule, I will talk a little bit about Haji Lule. He was when we went to Wino, he was keeping track of, he was very disciplined. He said he was going to save for his children and his 2 wives. I think he has got 10 children or 9 children around there. So he would save 1,000 shillings every day for the child. Then he would save for himself 2,000, for the wife 2,000. So he came and opened up a sub-wallet. So he opened his own account. Then under his name, he opened a wallet for each child and for each wives. And he's been very faithful. That when the money comes at 5,000, he brings in. And he's not missed it. He's not missed a day regularly, weekly. He makes those deposits. And the point of it is, saving is not about how much you've made. Saving is how disciplined are you in that process. And as we get into this, if I tell you that in 10 months, the voluntary saving product in Uganda, in the NSF, basically has grown to over 27 billion shillings. That's right, almost $9 million in 10 months from 33,000 members. It also defies the myth. Don't let someone tell you Ugandans don't save. No, we do. We're just saving in cows, goats, land, and everything else. We didn't find a way of saving monetarily. But these 2 members show us that you can do it, and with the time it grows. With the time it grows. That's the most amazing thing with the savings as we have. If you look at the benefits that we paid over the last time, look at what happened in 2021, 2022, where we paid about 642 billion shillings the year before. Midterm came, we paid 500 billion shillings more. And it has kind of stayed at that level. But this is money that is directly injected in the economy. So if our PSSD was here, we'll just pause a minute. The Minister of Finance is here. So let's welcome him. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir, for coming. So you can find that the benefit trends for the last few years have come, and this money directly goes to the economy. And I think the Honorable Minister of Finance now is here. I can talk about him. This 1.1 trillion shillings that goes directly into the spending and helps sustain the economy as we use the monies here. And this from us, Uganda is getting that money back. Look at the money. This is basically, if you look at income that we generate over the years, sometimes it's a yo-yo. I remember that animal I mentioned, FX, it hit us in 2022 because the Uganda shilling strengthened so much against the Kenya shilling. And that revaluation brought us down, but we recovered. By 2024, by last year, we had already recovered 3.5 trillion shillings that we raised. Okay, this is where, and I think if you notice a bit, so from interest, we earned 2.88 trillion shillings from all countries. Our real estate income increased to 16.6 billion shillings. Dividends that we got 238 billion shillings from 175 billion. The purchase of MTN was amazingly good for the fund. Airtel was good for the fund because from MTN alone we got about 61 billion shillings in dividends. I think Airtel we got around 38 billion shillings in dividends. So investing on behalf of Ugandans and holding these shares on behalf of Ugandans has actually been good for the country and for the member. Other income is where I need to just tell you a little bit where now the bad comes through. 651 billion reduced to 328. There are two things that happened. First of all, because all the stock exchanges went up, our portfolio of equities went up. The good news is accounting says, you do everything. If it goes up, value it where it has gone up. If it comes down, value it down. So we actually had 715 billion shillings in gain. This just because the market went up. I call those the headwinds. No, the tailwinds. The headwind was because of the currency fluctuation. Remember I told you that the Uganda shilling strengthened against the Uganda shillings. Therefore, we had a valuation loss of 274. But also, many of you know we had to write down Umeme. On our books, we had a 117 billion. The concession had ended, and we need to write it down. So let me talk just slightly about Umeme so you can get the context of where this is coming from. Between the time we bought Umeme, we bought Umeme shares at different levels of home. We had spent 153 billion shillings. Up until March last year, we had got back dividends right around 151 billion shillings. So basically, if you look at just for a payback period, we had got all our money we invested in. Then in June, we got a check, a dividend for 91 billion shillings again. So that put the net return on Umeme, just for evaluation, an NPV of 11 billion shillings, with a return closer to 21% as an investment in Umeme. Now, we needed to write this down because we had Umeme asset on our books. The accountants tell us, my friend, what should be in your books is your projection where it's going to go in the next future. And since Umeme's concession, remember they had their biggest contract was a concession with the government of Uganda. When the government of Uganda did not renew that, we had to reflect, we took the most conservative way to reflect it in our books. That's why the Auditor General is able to give us a clean health, because whatever could have darkened it, we've taken the hit in it in this book as to well. If the arbitration goes well, and Umeme is paid more money, we'll get more money, and then to reflect in this year's income number. So those were kind of the things that were hidden in the numbers that I need to share with you so you can understand that not everything is rosy. Some things we don't understand, but in totality, the fund has done very well. I know, Prime Minister, you like this. One of the things that the Minister, and he may even hear it today, says he's concerned about a number of things, safety, and then he says, will the fund be able to pay its members? This graph shows you a comparison between the assets of the fund, which is the dark blue line, and the liability of the fund, which is the light blue line. As of the end of June 2025, the assets of the fund total 26.0%. The liabilities against those, what we hold on your fund, is about 25.5 trillion. The point is, NSSF is what's called a fully funded scheme. It can, if we close NSSF today, every member would get paid what their balance is and has accumulated over the years. Whether it is what they put in, what the employer put in, what NSSF gave them as interest, would pay it all. In fact, let me even go back and say this. If you remember, we said that 80% of our assets are in fixed income. Fixed income can be liquidated quickly. So I would say most likely within 90 days, we'd be able to sell, would be able to do what? To settle 80% of the members. The real estate and the stocks may take us 1 year to do it. But the point is, it's a fully funded scheme that has no shortfall in terms of being able to pay its members. So have we kept our promise? Remember we told you that we begin with a number. I said, look at 10 years and find out whether we've paid you above inflation. That green line is your 10-year average inflation over the last few years. That blue line shows you the interest we've declared. And you can just say, at any one point, we've given the member more than the inflation was there. We preserved value of the member. Now today, I can't disclose it because the power to announce that comes from the minister, so we'll have to be patient in terms of when we get it. So we continue to preserve the members' savings. If you look at the value we've created, any of you guys in finance, that blue line is what we call our total income, both realized and unrealized. That red line is our expenditures. Just by looking at that line, you know that, yes, the quantum of the costs have gone up, but relative to the income, we've kept the growth in costs minimal. For example, between 2022 and 2023-24 and 2024-25, our costs grew by 8 billion shillings. If you look at the income went up from 3.18 trillion to 3.5 trillion. That's a growth of around 400 billion shillings. In other words, our costs went up by 8 billion, but our income went up by 400 billion. And I think that's good use of money, if you think about it. The green line is what we have put on your money. So we made the money, but we also recognize that money belongs to you. So we didn't eat the money. What did you do? The green line shows we put it back to you. And these numbers are in the financials. But the interest that we put on your account is that number. So when tell NSF, you guys, you're eating our money, and so, no, we are not. We've put it back on you. You can't get it right away because of the law, but we actually worked for you and given it back in that case. So this is the value we created this year. There are only two values we give you as a member. We collect on your behalf, invest on your behalf, put back on your account. So if you look at the contribution this year was 2.1 trillion, interest members 2.7 trillion. The total cost, the cost to that was 230. It means for each shilling we used in costs, we generated for you 21 shillings in value. Let me put this in a way, or means I know you're a farmer. I assume I was your farm manager. So at the beginning of the year, you came and said, okay, Ayota, what's your budget? Okay, I'm giving you 230 billion. Here, go work for me. So I went and worked on his farm, worked. At the end of the year, I bring to him 4.9 trillion shillings. Sir, you gave me 230 billion. I brought you 4.9 trillion shillings. What do you think the other minister would do? What would he do for me? So, thank you. So that's what's meant by value created. By the way, last year we created, the value was 18.1. I was going to do a comparison with our neighbors across. They are just mesmerized that we can create that much value for the members. And to me, it gives me a source of pride that we can actually do that at a minimal cost as to us. In banking, there's what's called cost-income ratio. Cost-income ratio is you take all your costs divided by all your total income. How much of your costs generated the income? The banking sector today, the average is around 53%. Some banks are closer to 80%. You have, I think, a few that are around 40%. If you take a look at all your expenses divided by your income, if we use that matrix, NSF was 80%. Whereas the banking sector says for each 100 shillings that we generate as income, we'll spend 53 in expenses. And it says for each 100 shillings we generate, we'll spend 8 shillings in expenses. So you have really an amazing, efficient firm. It's actually efficient in terms of the way we do it, because if you compare us to other entities, there are schemes that are much larger than us that are hovering around 8%. But that's something that we've done wrong. I already talked about that. So by and large, we think we got there. So as we close this chapter, let me just take you a little forward. Now, Vision 2025 is in our rear mirror. I mean, we wallow, we brag, whatever. We need to focus now. Where are we going the next 10 years? We call it Vision 2035. Our purpose still remains the same. Make savings a way of life. Make lives better by making savings a way of life. That's our commitment to you the next 10 years. Our purpose. We'll plead with you, we'll beg you, we'll chase employers after you because we want to make lives better by making savings. Our vision is still one social security provider of choice, even if there's no other NSSF. When you go to bed, I want you to smile and just say, thank God I save with NSSF. And how will we know we are there? So we set up another ambition for us. By 2035, we need to get there. Now, this become ambitious. I'll start with the last one. 95% success rate for anybody, whether you are our staff, our customer. We want to push that number to 95%. The growth of 50 trillion by 2035. Everybody next to thinks, no, we are going to pass that line. We'll pass it. So we believe that number is not going to be a problem for us. The good news is, so I said, but Patrick, you guys kind of lowballed us. 50 trillion, how could you lowball us at 50 trillion? I said, it's okay. It never stops us. We had a target of 20 trillion. When we reached 20 trillion, we didn't stop and say, hey, our target was 20 trillion, so let's go. We continued. And in the process, we hit 26 trillion. 6 trillion shillings more than we had the target for 10. So having 50 trillion there, not a problem. We'll exceed that as soon as we get there. The animal is this 50% coverage. By 2035, we want at least 15 million Ugandans from the current 3.3 million Ugandans to have saved with the fund. And I'll tell you why that's audacious. Because, and why we must do it as a country. Last year I showed you some graphs. If you go into history and look at countries like Korea, South Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam now, China, Malaysia, Singapore, they became Asian tigers when their domestic long-term savings compared to GDP was around 25% or exceeded 25%. That means they had domestic pool of capital to run their own development agendas. In Uganda, it's 12%. And most of it is with NSSF. So the point is, as a country, we really need to push hard to, if we are going to be self-sustaining, self-independent, we need to save. That's the future you leave for our children. The reason is, let's forget this thing that the Minister of Finance has to go out there. Oh man, you guys, we need $100 million, and then we don't do it. But the government has become very interesting. There are a number of projects that the government has actually funded, also by funding, and then the development partners come. And that's why we need to get where. So to get there, we need to get as many more Ugandans to invest in savings. So on one hand, when you save, you're not only just working for yourself, but also creating an environment when the children grow, would have created for them a more self-sustaining environment in that case. So how shall we get there? Our promise still are 3. Safety is a serious value proposition. Sorry. The Minister of Gender has come in. You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am. So safety. By the way, this thing about safety is something we take. We laugh, we smile, but when we find somebody doing manyanga with us, we are ruthless. Whether it's a staff member or somebody who is a staff member. CEOs who are out there and you don't want to pay your members money because you think you can't be touched. This year, 3 times. We jailed 3 CEOs because they were playing with members' funds. And we continue to do that if you continue to play with the members' savings. It is that serious. Safety of their funds are critical. Convenience will continue to innovate to make it as easy for you as you can to save, to interact with us, take your money out. Now the empowerment, now you guys, now you can save voluntarily for whatever you need. And you save 5,000 shillings a week, and you'll be amazed what that number shows like in 2 years or 3 years' time. Please, that's how we'll know we get there. Now, this is what we're going to do, which is slightly different from the last 10 years. The last 10 years, we're kind of being what I would call passive participants in the economy. As you know, the economy is not generating enough jobs. So if we want to grow, we better move away from our passiveness and begin to actually focus on what I call proactive intervention in this economy. So we are building on 2 things. We create the willingness to save, whether it's financial literacy, whether it's what, but we also now have to create the capacity to save. It's no good me coming and telling you, you need to save some money, but you're not making any money. Can I intervene so you make more money and you save with us? And I'll just talk about 2 where we're doing that. So we want to do this by just maximizing coverage, maximizing earnings, and maximizing value. So let me just talk about a couple ones. If we're going to create the willingness, some of these things, especially empowering enterprises. 1, Honorable Minister, I just want to thank you. We got the registration. Thank you, sir. On NAMCO. I really want to commend the President and the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Gender. Many people do not even understand what NAMCO is about. NAMCO is not about, it starts actually with us. Remember, we say we want to bring, I want that farmer. How do I get 15 million people? I can't neglect agriculture because it's the bulk of the population. But why will that farmer save with me? Only if I bring value to them. So at NAMCO, what we realized was this, that as a country for the last 20, 25 years, we've done something really good, but was half a solution. Think about NADS. NADS said, the farmer needs quality seeds, good. Needs post-harvest handling, good. Needs affordable housing, financing, good. Needs all these things that the farmer needs. And the government invested in these things. OWC came the same proposition. PDM came the same proposition. But guess what was happening? Even it happened just this month. Farmers are harvesting maize today, and they're asking where they're going to sell that maize, and we don't have an answer for them. It has become very demotivating for farmers because the guy who should put fertilizers in his garden, his 1 acre, to get 2,000 kilograms of maize, says, who is going to buy this thing? So he doesn't bother. And its product is 400. We think through NAMCO will help bridge the gap between the farmer and the market. And in the process, when he makes a little more money, he will save with us. So let me give you the numbers. Let's say the core price of maize, and that's the real price, because somebody quoted my price yesterday. Let's say somebody is buying maize at 800 shillings a kilo, and the acre produced 500 kilograms. That means that farmer, 500 times 400 kilograms, 500 times 800 is basically 400,000. So the farmer is getting 400,000 shillings from his 1 acre. If he raises productivity and he knows there's a guaranteed market, and he produces 2,000 kilograms at 800, That's 1.6 million shillings. I just helped that farmer move from earning 800,000 to 1.6 million shillings in that very season. Now, if I tell my friend, just save 10% for an account, he's not going to kill me because, okay, I brought value to him. And we need to do this. Now, the only things I'm going to say, as we roll out this program, because we're going to be rolling it out the next few months, fellow Ugandans, at that point, we are beginning to play in the global market directly. And there are things that market requires. So I'm going to appeal to us Ugandans. There are things that market requires. It requires discipline, consistency, and integrity. So if I come and sign with the farmer, it's willing signer, please, we'll buy all the maize you can produce. This is the price. And you begin to produce, and you decide to sell. That doesn't work in the global market. Because you've broken one thing, trust. The market won't trust you anyway if you do that. And I think if we organize this thing, the small farmer, the one person with 1 acre and so on, and we aggregate it together, we'll go back to where we were one time in cotton. We had half acre, quarter acre of cotton aggregated. Uganda was the #2 producer of cotton in the world. The best, one of the best cotton varieties in the world was there because there was a systematic way of aggregating it and sending to the market. I'm really excited about this because I think if we do this well as a country, I can tell you we can triple Uganda's GDP in 5 years. I know, we have a 2040 target, tenfold. We can get there in 2035 if we do this, because agriculture is a backbone. I mean, 70% of our population is there. If you triple the earnings of 70% of your population, what does that do to the economy? It's massive. And you can do it without leaving anybody behind. So I really want to thank the Minister of Finance. I think this was really your support, your fight. The President, his support, the fight has been incredible in making this come through. So hopefully by this time next year, we'll report on what it has done and the impact it has had in this economy. The second one, of course, remember we think we have to bring value to you. The entrepreneurs out there, you have a business, you've been struggling, but it has potential. We are negotiating now with Mastercard Foundation, who were our co-funders in the first round. Last year, we basically, over the last 5 years, we basically funded 438 early startups, 438. Now, very interestingly now, the failure rates for business in Uganda is estimated to be at 90%. You start a business today, within 5 years, the thing is will die. 90% chance you'll die. But if you do it differently, out of the 438, we've lost 12, which means our failure rate today is around 4%. Now we want to do that and fund 1,000 startups by 2030. Last year from there, we created 38,000 jobs, we sustained 38,000. This was Mastercard Foundation numbers. We know because they became our members. From the High Innovator Program, basically we got about 2 billion shillings in savings. It's surprising, we did not expect that to happen that quickly. But 2 billion shillings in savings from people who never had a chance to do this. So we're going to expand it and make sure we unlock that potential within our entrepreneurial world. As you know, we are not leaving anywhere behind. Whether you're on a border, we have a product for you. Recently, we had a chance to meet with the border when the president met them in Kololo. We met them one time when they went to Gulu. So anybody can save with the fund. It's that easy. And as we go along and do that, many of you may not realize this, but there are about almost 2 million borders. Now you guys look at those border guys and you think that, and I didn't even know this, that they're very disorganized. Each stage has a chairman, has got a secretary and a treasurer. There's a hierarchy in the way they organize themselves. Forget you seeing them running. They're very organized. We tap into those and we can help them save for themselves. And you know, once they become aggregated, then you can roll out the products to them, whether it is health insurance, whatever it is that needs to be done. And we can do that. You'll see us doing a lot of investments, not just looking at what traditionally we looked at. We're now really looking at infrastructure, looking at what we call the private equity world, so that we can actually build up on that. We hope to participate in the Kampala-Jinja Expressway. We are waiting for them. Oh, Honorable Minister, please, we are ready. We even gave letters. We are ready to do that, so that we can help this country grow. So I think that will be great for us as a country. Lastly, one of the things that I want to do for you is, and we're already there, guys, I'm not going to spend on the first thing in terms of the legacy. Remember, I gave an example You have 100 million shillings, you take it out. And after 2 years, it is gone. You're earning 1 million shillings, but as soon as you have it in your pocket gets holes and flows out. So what we've done is, next smart life, there's something we call smart life fixed. We are coming. Instead of taking the 100 million shillings, let's manage it for you. If we earn 12%, that's 12 million shillings a year. So you can just live on that interest. For the rest of your life, you still have your principal, so that when God takes you, you can leave something for the wife, and they can continue to enjoy 1 million shillings. And you know you can just do this one, and suddenly your lifestyle is totally different because you're getting this regular income that you want to do that. We're doing that in preparation for the trust, that when we do that, one of the saddest things today when you look at, it is sad, one of the saddest things is when some of our billionaires, trillionaires pass on, and within a few months, a few weeks, you hear there is a serious family wrangle over the properties. And that can continue for the next 20 years unresolved. The family is suffering because they're suing each other, whatever it is. We think this is going to be a very easy way, that now when you, as a 60-year-old, 65-year-old, let's talk. Let's monetize those assets you have. So instead of leaving people with physical assets that you will fight over, we can manage it for you. And your whole family is taken care of. Your grandchildren are taken care of. Whatever legacies you want to support a church, you want to support a school, they are taken care of. Because one of the things we people in Uganda are very poor of, and let me use this example again. Please forgive me. How many of you graduated from Makerere University? Thank you. How many of you have given Makerere University 1 million shillings? I'm giving you 1 million shillings to help you in your business. Like I thought. We don't do that very well. Harvard is not great because it was great 20 years ago. Listen, Harvard is not great because it was great 20 years ago. Harvard is great because even today, its alumni takes care of Harvard. Why is that important? You may think that when you left Makerere, I am done. But you left Makerere with a piece of paper called a degree certificate. What was the last ranking of Makerere? If you look at the last ranking, where are we? If even you go to a job now, they say, where did you come from? Makerere. They say, which Makerere? There's a time here in the 70s and so on, if you just showed up Makerere, no further questions. It represented what was there. But we've left Makerere and not even bothered to go back and support. Those people just eat money. Okay, be part of it so you fix it. Because the value of the certificate you hold today is not Makerere of old, it's Makerere of today. The value of your certificate tomorrow will be what Makerere is tomorrow. So what should your responsibility be in building this Makerere of tomorrow? And we do that, that's when the value of the paper we hold becomes meaningful. I'm passionate about that. There's a primary school in my village, I went to and said, I need to do something for that primary school. Then the secondary school. I went to the Balai school, the real school. Okay, we'll argue about that one. But it's okay. But guys, you can now begin to think about your legacy and say, what? Okay, out of this 100 million shillings, at least send 1 million shillings to Makerere, to my church, to whatever I need. And when we systematically do that, suddenly we revive all these institutions that are very instrumental in raising us, if we plan for it well. Finally, I think one of the things that we are looking at as a fund today is basically a stronger future. You're going to see us a lot. One of the things you may be interested in, we discovered something we didn't really, we stumbled along and we find that right now NSF offers quite things that the rest of Africa wants to know. The rest of the world wants to know. So I say, why don't we tap into this thing called the conference tourism? So we experimented in July. We put up electronic document management system workshop. We tiptoed into it, said, will people really come? Will they pay? So our budget was 50 people coming, paying, $500 piece. We got 130. The foreigners paid $1,000. They still at Munyonyo, 8 and Munyonyo, whatever it was, small amount, but that shows that the potential for us to support conference tourism is great. In November this year, 5th, 7th, we're going to hold an all-pension fund in Uganda. All pension funds in Africa. We call it the All Africa Pension Summit. In fact, His Excellency the President is even hosting it. Just to showcase what NSF is trying to do in Uganda. Can the other NSFs in their own schemes be catalysts, local catalysts for the things they do? But as they come to learn here, as they come to learn from NSF, they learn about Uganda, they spend their money here. And we can contribute to that conference tourism in a way we think we should. So I think the future is bright. There's so much that we can do. The only thing is we have to do. Our problem as a country is we like to think and think and think and not to do. And this is what has helped us. We think and do. Now sometimes, because you do, and so in the future, you will make a mistake. The question is, if you make a mistake, you pivot and you do. You pivot and you do. And that's how we've been able to do a lot of things going forward. So my appeal to you guys, gentlemen, ladies here, it's our country. My grandfather, who was one of the most wise men in this I've ever met, he was a reverend. I'm in P3. I'm number 1 in the class. So last day of school, they put me on a pedestal. He's there. I give my report card. English 98. They also rate us per subject. English 98, 1 out of 40. Went down the list. I made 90 in math, but 1 out of 40. So he looked at me and said, Patrick, why did you get 90 in math? I responded, sir, I was number 1. So he says, okay, but why did you get 90 in math? And I said, sir, I was number 1. And you could see his look, and like, it bothered me a lot. So when we went back home together, I said, Papa, what am I supposed to do? He said, you know, and it was, I didn't even realize that. He said, you know, pygmies natural like 3 feet tall. So you can be 3 feet and 4 inches taller than the pygmy. Yes, you're the tallest, you're number 1, but you're still a pygmy. You're not tall. And his lesson was, so I said, did you do your best? I can remember him, did you do your best? I said, Papa, I did my best. The paper was hard. Now I'm almost in tears. And he grabbed me and hugged me. Very an African way of doing things. But he hugged me. I said, yeah, that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know that you had done your best. It's not about being number 1. It's not about you better than your friend. Because if you're both dwarfs, it doesn't mean you're now tall because you're better than the other dwarf. It is, can we work together and reach our potential? This land we have, can we get the potential of this land and bring it out for our own sake? God bless you all. Thank you. It's part of it. So for you guys, please stay engaged. Be your ambassadors. Tell people to save and support the things we do. Hold us to account. We okay somebody writing something in, sometimes it's out of ignorance, sometimes, but let's stay engaged. It's your fund, it's your money. And it's important that we do that. Thank you. Simon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And it deserves a
please. And let's be upstanding, all of us.
Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. O Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give, and with neighbors all at our country's calling, peace and friendship will live. O Uganda, the land that feeds us by sun and fertile soils grown. For our own dear land, we shall always stand in part of Africa's crown.
The East African anthem.
Ee Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Now we can take our seats as the choir exits the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, quoting from the same source I quoted earlier, now that the anthems are done, the event can take off. Speaking after Mr. Ayota is a difficult one because he's a man of many stories. But before I invite the next speaker, maybe I also need to share with you a very short story. And mine is not from the remote village from where I come. No. Mine may be about my interaction with you. Not you, but NSSF. So here it is. One of these days, Honorable Minister, on a Good Friday, I clocked 45. I won't tell you exactly which year, but one of these Good Fridays in the last several years, I clocked 45. My intention had been the day I clock 45, I will walk into NSSF and try their system because they promise at 45 you get 20%. So I gave them a large, since Good Friday was a public holiday. I cut them slack on Saturday because it was Easter Saturday. Easter Sunday, I relaxed and kept making press-ups ready for the event of when I dropped there. Easter Monday, I checked just in case they were open. They were closed. On Tuesday, you should have seen me walking in there 8:30 a.m. with my national ID, birth certificate, marriage certificate, and a draft of my death certificate, just in case they ask for it. I wanted to be sure I have every documentation they're asking for. I had land titles, pictures of children, and everything you can imagine. And I went through the reception, and the questions were asked, and I answered all the questions. Forms were filled. Sign here, sign there. Oh, which bank? I tell them the bank. They say, we need something from the bank. I said, hold my drink. The bank is just next door on Kampala Road, Housing Finance Bank. I was right in there. So by 9:45, all the questions had been asked, fingerprints taken, irises taken, pictures with my phone, everything. Now here is the more interesting part of it. I told them, you had from Good Friday until today to have sorted me out. You were lucky, it was a public holiday. I thought I was stretching the bar. Colleagues, by 5:45 p.m. of the same day, the money came. What you shouldn't ask me now is what, where, how, which, and why. What I can tell you for a fact, I had also promised myself the day I get that money, I would pick 10% of that 20% and eat it in live notes. And eat it, I did. Please, colleagues, when you get your money, eat 10% of it. Dr. David Ogong, it's my humble pleasure as the chairman of NSSF to be invited and come speak to our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, here present. The Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, here present. The Auditor General, members of Parliament, here present. Fellow current and former members of the board, NSSF board, the managing director, members of the management team, members of the media, but most importantly, members of the National Social Security Fund. Good morning. I think we are here largely because of members. We are here for all stakeholders, but at the center of it all is our members. So I welcome you all to the 13th annual members meeting of the National Social Security Fund. Permit me, before I proceed, to introduce members of the 13th board. Yes, you're aware, the fund, the government set up a structure for the governance and management of the fund. And the fund is managed by a tripartite board which consists of an independent chair, representation from government, representation from employers, and then representation from the workers, represented by the workers' unions. So I am Dr. David Ogong, chairman of the board, of the 13th board. You clap for me. Then we have representing government. By the way, some members are here in person, some members are following online due to their different commitments. We have on the board representing government the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to Treasury, Mr. Ramadan Gobi. He's following online. I know he's following online. Clap for them if you. We have the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, David Agrek Chibenge. Representing the workers, we have them here present. We have Dr. Sam Liomoki. We have Ms. Anne Birunji, Annette. We have Ms. Penina Tukamesiga. We have Richard. Richard, where are you? Richard is following online. Then we have the employers representatives. We have Dr. Silva Silva Mogisha. We also have Madam Anne Mulindwa, Anne Nakawunde Mulindwa. On the board also is an ex-official member, Mr. Patrick Ayota, is right there, the managing director. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important meeting for us because we are tracking a journey. We are tracking a journey of a fund that started as a baby under the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. This fund started like a department 40 years ago under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development because the government of Uganda realized the importance of social security in not just promoting socio-economic development, but in empowering its people. So the government set the laws in place, put structures of governance in place, and the board is one of the primary functions mandated with running the fund. If you are not aware, perhaps let me just remind you that the functions of the board include, amongst others, one, operating and managing the fund. Another function is to ensure that there is a secure, profitable, and efficient financial management of the fund. And the Auditor General has presented to us an opinion on the finances of the fund, which represents how we are doing. So permit me to thank, number one, God. I should have started with that because in the Christian faith, the first lines in the Bible, it says, in the beginning, God. In the beginning, what? In the beginning, God. And at NSSF, we've invited God to be at the center of everything we do, both in the board and in management. Even if you follow in the Christian faith, I'm sure it's also in other faiths, you will find there is the parable of the talents, where we are told that a certain master came and trusted his servants with a responsibility, gave them something to manage. And then some of the servants managed it very well. When the master returned, they say, Master, I have done very, very well. This is what I've added on to what you've given me. While the others said, Master, I know you are a very, very shrewd person. The money you gave me, I have kept it very well. I hid it in the ground. Here it is. At NSSF, we are not like that. We actually create value for your fund. Honorable Ministers, allow me to share critical statistics cited by the True Value Assessment Report by KPMG in the year 2024. That report cites that the fund's contribution to Uganda's economy alone over the last 10 years amounts to over 143 trillion shillings, with over 2 million jobs created. Don't you think the fund is doing something good? We are doing something good, not just for the members, we're doing something good for the economy as well. That's why, Honorable Minister, the MD is telling you, we are ready. We are waiting for information on that Ginger Expressway. But every time I go to my village and I'm coming back into town, I see, for instance, the traffic coming from Bombo into Kampala is terrible. Honorable Minister, we can create an expressway there for you. Create something. Let's work together. Do something. Maybe infrastructure bonds or something. We can create a highway there. Sometimes Chengera here alone is a big problem coming into town. We want to get involved in some of these investments which create value for our customers, our members, but also contributing to socio-economic development. We can do many things in different areas. Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development, there are opportunities here in town. You can give us space and we create structures, multi-purpose structures that have competitive returns, but also providing a good value to you. These are things that we are ready to do and we are willing to explore those. Honorable Minister, this year the fund marks a strategic transition from the Vision 2025 to 2035, which the MD has very ably elaborated, and I'm not going to go there. But permit me to say that the 13th board, a very diligent board, is very determined to ensure that we do whatever is possible to get that vision, but along the way, we are producing benefit to our members through and through. In this year, it has been reported that our assets under management has hit 26 trillion. We are halfway at that, on our journey to the 50 trillion, which is set in our Vision 35 target. So we're sure that we are going to get there. Our focus as the 13th board will be to realign the fund's investment strategy to pursue alternative investments while maintaining our existing prudent asset allocation in bonds, in equities, in real estate. We want to expand social security coverage to at least 50% of the workers. We are grateful to government that they've opened up opportunities for us now to get into the private sector, the informal sector, rather. The informal sector is a huge opportunity for us. We are so glad that now you can actually, by choice, come and save your money with a trusted fund, and you know that your money is safe, your money is secure. Anytime you want your money, you can access it. So people out there, be our agents of marketing and say, look, there is a trusted organization out there called the National Social Security Fund. Every day, go and open an account, put in money, and your money will be there. It will be secure. We are also fortunate that we are a self-regulating organization. And our board, the diligent board I talked about, together with the professional management team that was introduced to you here, we are doing our best to ensure that we stay within the limits of what has been given to us. And we will always ensure that we report good results. And I'm sure today the Minister of Finance is going to report an interest rate that will be appealing to you members. We continue to strengthen board and management to drive the execution of our Vision 2035. Lastly, honorable ministers and members, whilst we acknowledge the fund's contribution to the lives of members and the entire economy, we believe that the fund can continue to play a pivotal role in the development of our infrastructure. Honorable Minister of Finance, if the government issues infrastructure bonds, we are ready to jump on board. Maybe you will even tell us something about that today. The fund is poised to participate and therefore greatly impact the economic development of this country. Yes, we are happy to support you, give you budget support every year, but we want to participate more directly in some of these investments. Honorable Ministers, our board is committed to our oversight role, going above and beyond by devoting all our time, all the time required to provide strategic direction to the fund that has enabled exceptional performance as reported in this year. I appreciate management for their diligence, for their good work. I appreciate you members out there for continuing to trust us and be our agents of marketing the fund. Join the voluntary schemes that have opened up. You employers who are out there, help us be compliant. This is our country. This is our people. These are your workers providing value to your organizations. Please, please comply. It is not something that we do because we want to punish you. No, it is for the good of our members. It is good for your company. It's good for the entire organization. Thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to invite the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amogi-Ongom, to come and give her remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
With your indulgence, that you just hold on a little bit. I have some advice that it's always nice for you to come after we've set the stage right. And so, the stage is going to be set right, Honorable Minister. I know you're pressed on time by a small, short performance that I've been advised should come just before the minister's presentation. And so without further ado, let me invite those to make that performance to take onto the stage and do it as quickly as we can so that we allow the Honorable Ministers to proceed and go for the other business that they are meant to go for. As the choir gets itself on the stage, the chairperson has made a very resounding clarion call to government. As the board chairperson, that's deep. But now for us, who are just mere servers, we were looking at the figures of Patrick. The board has 3-point-something million members, of whom only 850,000 are active members. It therefore means, Ugandans, that Uganda has a higher subscription on TikTok than they have in NSSF for a country of 40 million. Come on. Okay, let's get 10% of Ugandans on TikTok, which is 500,000, put them to NSSF, and then the chairman's words to the minister can make more sense by saying create infrastructure bonds. Pardon my English, the choir, please. So, what a better way to set the stage for the Honorable Minister to come forward and make her remarks after such a particularly composed song from Kennedy School for NSSF, about NSSF for all of us. Honorable Minister, now the stage is yours.
The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Kasaija, the man with the money, the Auditor General, members of Parliament, the Chair and the Board of Directors, NSSF Management, members of the fund, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities, it is my pleasure to preside over the 13th Annual Members Meeting of the National Social Security Fund. I take this opportunity to thank members attending both physically and online, and extend my appreciation to the board, management, and staff of the fund for the exceptional performance registered this financial year. Thank you so much. I also want to thank employers for the compliance and increasing remittances. Thank you so much, employers. I thank Ugandans for entrusting a government-supervised institution like NSSF with their life savings, and I think your trust is not misplaced, hearing the testimony from our MC today, how efficient and quickly he was able to get his 20%. So thank you. Those testimonies are very valuable to those who wake up every day to put their efforts to make sure the fund is performing. When I started supervising NSSF, I challenged the fund to expand its membership to include employers with less than 5 employees and focus equally on those in the informal sector. I did not only challenge them, but I also gave it an enabler, that is, the NSSF Voluntary Contributions and Benefits Regulations of 2024, which I issued in November last year. These regulations were specifically designed to enable the fund to provide additional products targeting those uncovered segments. I am happy to note that the fund's flagship voluntary product, dubbed NSSF Smart Life Flexi, is being embraced by the informal sector as well as the formal sector, with Uganda shillings of over 29 billion contributions and over 39,000 people mobilized in just 10 months. I congratulate you. I commend the accelerated growth in the fund's membership from about 1.3 million in 2021 to 2.6 million as we speak today. I note the board's resilience in focusing on diversification of products, including in-country investments articulated by the MD in the agricultural sector through the marketing arm. I'm glad to hear the board chairperson reiterating these commitments. I cannot re-emphasize the importance of strong oversight and corporate governance being exercised by the board members. Our ambition is to increase more members, both formal and informal, reaching the borders, the market vendors, and all those in the informal sectors, and to undertake what enable them to save with NSSF. And for that reason, I'm glad that the board and management have requested me to review the NSSF regulation so that we can lower the amount of saving per day from the current minimum of 5,000 to at least 1,000. So that will allow even our market women to save. To the staff, I am proud of your firm focus on the future, always driven by the constant desire to innovate and excel. Your hard work has enabled us to increase membership, reach to MDAs, collaborate, increase compliance, keep the fund safe, and achieve results that has maintained the steady growth that we are proud of today. Thank you, the staff, for what you do every day. And remember, the government, the members, and the whole country are counting on you to improve the ratio of long-term savings to the national GDP. And I commend the MD for articulating the vision of increasing saving vis-a-vis the national GDP and achieving the tenfold growth under the NDP4 of the government of Uganda. Finally, I congratulate the management and the board for the work done that will enable the Minister of Finance to announce probably one of the most exciting interest rates that you will hear. With that, I now take the pleasure of inviting the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, to address you and declare the interest for financial year 24-25. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Auditor General or his representative, members of Parliament who are here. Are we having members of Parliament? Sharp. Very good. The NSSF Board Chairperson, members of NSSF Board and Management, members of media, members of fund present, and those who follow us online, and my little boys and girls who danced very well. I will invite you when I'm going away, and then we dance together. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by extending my appreciation to the board and the management for steering the fund in the financial year 24-25. I thank the Auditor General for independently auditing and reporting on the financial accounts of the fund. I was glad to hear that once again the fund has obtained an unqualified opinion. Congratulations. This means that the fund's financial accounts are accurate, fair, and presented according to generally accepted accounting principles. In other words, the fund's financial accounts are clean, and I congratulate the fund. My major interest in whether the fund is financially stable, profitable, and can meet its members' obligations. Having read the fund's financial report, I would like to give the assurance that the fund has a healthy balance sheet. When someone does something good, you must cheer him or her. Having read the fund's financial report, I would like to give the assurance that the fund has a healthy balance sheet. The fund's asset under management increased by 17.5
Uganda shillings. Let me repeat. The fund's assets under management increased by 17.5% from Uganda shillings 22.3 trillion over the financial 23-24 to Uganda shillings 26 trillion in the financial 24-25. Total revenue increased by 11% from shillings 3.2 trillion in the financial 23-24 to Uganda shillings 3.5 and I think Uganda billion 382 in the financial year 24-25. Members' contributions increased by 10.4% from Uganda shillings 1.93 trillion in the financial year 23-24 to Uganda shillings 2.13 trillion in financial year 24-25. I am also interested in whether the fund pays members' benefits when they are due. The fund has done very well on this metric, increasing benefits paid from Uganda shillings 1.12 trillion in the financial 23-24 to Uganda shillings 1.32 trillion in the financial year 24-25. Finally, every year I give the fund a challenge to grow and add value to its members' savings, to enable me to declare competitive interest rate. If I may take you back 5 years ago. 1. For financial 22-21, I declared 12.5%. Financial 21-22, I declared 9.65%. Financial 22-23, I declared 10%. And last year, I declared 11.5% for the financial 23-24. This year, I am glad to report that the fund has once again risen in the challenge. And I will not tell you immediately now. I would like NSSF members to note the following. 1. The interest rate I have announced, I repeat, the interest rate I shall announce at Uganda shillings 2.7 trillion compared to 2.0 trillion in the previous financial year. In monetary terms, this will be the largest amount credited to members' accounts in the fund's history. When someone does something good, you cheer him or her. It is above the 10-year average rate of inflation, currently at 4.2%, and the 24-25 inflation, which stood at 3.8% as at the end of June 2025. The secret has been now revealed. Let me conclude. I don't need to write. You have seen it, haven't you? Do I have to speak for it? Finished. That's gone. I congratulate all savers, the NSSF board, the management upon this milestone. Continue. Don't rest, mister. Life doesn't stop just like that. So this is now a test. The country has tested you and your staff. Next year, it must be better. You hear? Me, I wanted to go progressively. Not going down. I would like to sit down now. I repeat, I congratulate all savers, the NSSF board, and the management upon this milestone. The MD has challenged me. He says, government bonds, we can take them on. And I can assure you, tomorrow I will be. Tomorrow I will be knocking on your door to deal with them, so that I don't start borrowing money from all sorts of those places, particularly those people outside there who think we are fools. We are not fools. We are very, very clever people. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I want the fund to grow from where it is now, progressively, until Jesus comes back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We request that you stay right there. That number 13.5 has never looked so good until a point where we've got to take a picture with it. And when something looks so nice, you take a selfie with it. So may I request, distinguished board members, to join the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to take a selfie with that beautiful number, 13.5%. So, Honorable Minister of Gender, you're also required to join this group picture. Please, you'll forgive me, I invited her last. Her and I have a relationship that I could have even rightly said Honorable Mother-in-law, but I tried to keep it official because I did not know what rate we are going to have. Now that it's double digit, I may as well reveal that secret. So, Honorable Mother-in-law, please join the board of NSSF and the distinguished members to take this group picture. Honorable Minister, I don't know how you're going to do it, but what's for sure is you may wish to stand in front of the podium so that it shows how you color matched your suit and the Honorable Minister of Gender. The brown really looks good. I am sure you were briefed. And as they smile so well, the members of the NSSF top management, you are also requested to join in. So no one leaves the stage, but the top management of NSSF joins the stage. And please hurry, because part of the role you're going to play is to be backup dancers with the Minister of Finance when the choir comes, because he requested to have a special dance with the young children. So ladies and gentlemen, countrymen and women, members of NSSF, and even those who have an interest, the interest rate for financial year 2024-2025, 13.5%. What a time to be alive. Those of us who have already taken our 20% are going to go smiling to the bank, but I'm sure those who are going to get their 20% after this rate are going to go laughing into the bank. So they will move. And so, now that we've smiled and looked so nice, the choir, please come and join the minister and everyone on stage for a good dance, so that then we can give him a soundtrack exit, because he's headed all the way to Entebbe to attend cabinet. And Honorable Minister, is this the part where you also remove your coat and tie it around the waist? Because the dancing is going to be a little ferocious. And we have seen you have a good performance on that. Ugandans watching this online are sending me messages and saying, Honorable Kasaija is loading another meme. But you are excused, Honorable. With 13.5, you can do anything as you wish. Hello? So we can dance our way out of the hall with the minister, because it's about time he goes for cabinet. Oh, and he removed the jacket. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? Wow. I knew this would end up like a worldwide wrestling event. Let's create way for the minister to dance at the front. I think we want to watch him dance at the front. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Mataya Kasaja, thank you very much for putting up such a great performance. So if Honorable Kasaja could dance like this for just 13.5%, what will he do next year when he comes to announce 17%? He will break a limb. So with that performance, I think let's give way to the minister to exit, but the performance of our choir should not stop. Yes, so proceed. We now know our percentage interest rate. Sing for us as we make plans on what to use it for. But our program for the day continues. We certainly are going to have other presentations, including an interactive session with members of top management of NSSF shortly after this. And those who are watching this event live on whatever TV station you prefer to catch your events on, those watching us online, and those participating in the interactive conversation online, we thank you and we implore you to stay with us. We're still at it and still presenting. Streams of Life Choir. Thank you very much. Streams of Life Choir, I think you have really done us a good one. For 13.5% and this performance, getting the minister to dance, take off his jacket and wrap it around his waist. Oh, what a performance. We'll pick the news and share it with you of what happens when he arrives in cabinet. But for sure, he's going to arrive sweating and excited. And I think that's what we want from a Minister of Finance. Now, that said, folks, we have seen the numbers. We have seen the pictures. How about we get to interact a little deeper? So without further ado, Mr. Auditor, I'm going to invite you and assign you a humble role. Please come and join me here. Thank you. You know your people better than myself, and you know in what order you want them to join you here. You also know the endearing words that you normally use to invite them to answer difficult questions when that time comes. I didn't want to do that because I haven't yet made my last claim. So I will leave it to you since you are their boss. Invite them, and then we will begin our panel discussion.
Okay, Mr. Jere Kasato, Deputy Managing Director.
We give them a hand clap as they arrive on the podium.
Mr. Ken Owera, Acting CIO. Mr. Sajabi, with the Mr. HR regarding people. Ms. Isaac on legal matters. Ms. Barbara Arini with marketing. Oh, Ms. CFO, these are your numbers. Please, Stevens, come and join us. So we'll just have, let me see. Yeah, we're good. So what you have is basically investments represented. Because I can handle anything you throw at him. People, all your benefit, contribution, membership is here. And yes, you're there. Let me also invite Penina, please come. Now, on those areas of informal sector, I think the questions come, you'll have the most answers. So you got it? Please. Okay, you guys see. That's fine. Let her come. I think we are good to go.
You are fully constituted, Mr. Auditor?
Yes, sir.
Very well.
So me, I'll stand on the side. So whenever a question comes, I can tell you who direct it to.
Mr. Auditor, you want to stand on the side?
Hey,
all the questions may end up going on the side. How about you join your team?
When it comes, I can just divert the questions.
As you so wish.
But
for now, for them to take a breather, let me request them to all take their seats.
Okay, please, have a seat.
And if there is any remaining seat, I will consume it. None, okay, you knew. So, Mr. Auditor, you will allow me at this point in time to invite Mr. Stevens Mwanje to step forward and first, as an icebreaker, unveil our ESG report. Mr. Mwanje.
Mr. Mwanje, many of you may not know, but we have actually two reports each year. One is, of course, the financial audit that gives us the interest rate. The other one is what we call the sustainability report. Beyond just the numbers, what else does the fund do? And it's fascinating reading, so please take the time to read that. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you, members, colleagues, board members. I'm not very good at protocol, but I'm sure everybody is recognized. Today we are launching two reports, our annual report, annual integrated report, and the ESG report. The annual report has all the numbers that you've heard the Auditor General speak about, and the chairman of the board, and then Patrick speak about. It has all the numbers, everything to do with how we've performed financially. But we have the ESG report, which now points out what we do as NSSF as good corporate citizens. Every other little thing that we do that we have not specifically quantified into the financials, you are going to see there. And it will culminate in that number that we are we were talking about what our KPG consultants told us, how NSSF is contributing to the economy of this country. So, ladies and gentlemen, these reports, as I speak now, are online. Please enjoy. Thank you very much.
The fund celebrates 40 years. The reports are a tribute to powering
Social Security Fund in East Africa, currently managing assets exceeding UGX 26 trillion. The fund's transformation has been driven by dedicated leadership, passionate employees, and a solid institutional framework, with business sustainability as an integral part of how we work. This year's theme for both the integrated and ESG reports is 40 years of building Uganda's future, powering growth, empowering generations. This year, our sustainability strategy focuses on 4 levers. 1. Baseline materiality assessment. Here, we publish the 10-year True Value Assessment Report. 2. ESG reporting framework. We embarked on a roadmap for phased adoption for IFRS S1 and S2. 3. Social impact and engagement under employee health and well-being. Our employee engagement, 89%. Equal opportunities, DEI. Employees male, 53%, and female, 47%. Externally, we trained 574 970 members in financial literacy. We supported 81,73 entrepreneurs under our High Innovator program. We are intentional in corporate social investment. We renovated 7 public primary schools under our education initiative. 8,134 students in 11 universities benefited from our career guidance program. Under customer digital enhancements, 96% of our customers are served online. 4. Governance. We achieved great regulatory milestones. We introduced the Voluntary Scheme and Benefits Regulations, adopted Vision 2035, and enhanced our stakeholder relations. Empowering growth. The reports reflect how we have leveraged on member contributions to stimulate economic advancement through real estate, capital markets, entrepreneurship, and innovation, which have generated returns, created jobs, strengthened financial systems, enhanced service delivery, and built national resilience. While empowering generations, the reports illuminate the Ugandan workforce as the center of our purpose, from new entrants to retirees. We aim to serve every working Ugandan with products and services, expanding coverage to 50% of the labor force, closing inclusion gaps, and advancing financial literacy and digital solutions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mwanje. And I even wonder why you would leave the stage at this particular time after making such a huge show of your great helping as far as ESG is concerned. But, get back the microphone, Mr. Mwanje. For you, I'll ask you while you're standing there. Speak to me like a 10-year-old. I know you as an institution that collects and keeps my savings.
Yes.
10% from my employer, 5% from me, right?
Yep.
But when you say you want or you are increasingly becoming a caring corporate citizen, exactly what more should I expect from you? Taking more money or giving back a lot more of that to me?
Okay, thank you, Simon. When we say that we are becoming an increasingly caring organization, we are just being a good corporate citizen, just like you as an individual citizen. You care about your country. You have to leave your country, leave it better than you found it. And everyone has to do their bit, and NSSF is doing their bit. Those are some of the things that we do. So you've seen the summary. We are participating in creating employment. We are participating in infrastructure. We are participating in improving education. We are participating in improving the well-being of not only our staff and the nation at large. So when we say that we are becoming a good corporate citizen, we want to set that tone. We want to be something that can be remembered and say NSSF is here, was here, and will always be there, and the impact that it gives to Uganda as a whole is felt in the whole country.
Wow. I think if you are a 10-year-old like myself, Mr. Mwanjia explains exactly the whole essence of ESG in as far as citizens. Maybe we should proceed.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Yeta, show me the money bags. The guy that is holding the pass, the zip of the pass.
Well, counts it all, invests it all.
He counts it all, he invests it all. Come. The question should have been as simple as show me the money. But that, not yet the case. The MD appealed to the minister about things like infrastructure bonds recruitment, which is another safe way of not only contributing to the welfare of this country as far as huge projects are concerned, but also bring us a great return. So we're not announcing 13.5%, but something bigger than that. But from where you sit, if the minister doesn't come forward as he promised, where are some of the new areas you're thinking of investing our money to give us a return as big as this or even higher?
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. MC, you'll forgive me as well. I do not remember the very detailed title that you introduced earlier on.
Now, how will you remember to invest my money wisely? You can forget just my title. But you're forgiven.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so good morning, members. We are very happy to have you today. In terms of where we invest the money, we largely invest in three areas. These are your government securities, your equities, which are your listed companies, and then your unlisted companies or your private businesses, those that are not on the exchange, and lastly is in the real estate space. Now, in terms of where we are looking going forward, and assuming the Ministry of Finance does not get back to us, what are some of the areas we are looking at? Some of the areas actually were highlighted in the MD's presentation, and that is largely in the area of private equity. As NSSF, we want to play a more active role in the real economy, and this is in a way in that we are able to identify private businesses that have potential for long-term growth, that have potential for, generating returns that can be able to benefit the member. And we'd like to walk this journey with them by providing them the necessary capital that they might need to grow their businesses. So as NSSF, we want to offer growth capital to local businesses that are clear about what they want to achieve, are clear about where they want to go. I think other areas that we could be looking at will be areas of infrastructure. Indeed, we recognize the fact that the Ministry of Finance and the government are very, very key partners in this area, but we believe there are also aspects of infrastructure that we can be able to tap into from a private perspective. And increasingly, we will look to identify those opportunities and invest in those areas. Thank you.
Oh, tremendous. That's eloquently put. I think he deserves a hand, doesn't he? Now you can take a seat and we leave the stage for the man himself, Mr. Sajadi. Hey. Those microphones on the chairs, besides the chairs, are placebos. They're just meant to make you feel a bit comfortable. But for the real show, it's now. First disclaimer, this question is not my question. We are picking questions from our audiences online, and some of them come very graphic. Mine is just to ensure that the language is sanitized. Gubayanga Dennis asks, and I will read the verbatim. How are helping people now? Some words will be missing, but you figure it out. This is how they ask questions online. Some words are incoherent, others are misspelled. So you must learn how to answer your various audiences in whichever way they come. So he asks, how are helping people who are working with job connected companies, that don't pay their NSSF and they stop workers from work with no clear reasons? Secondly, assuming I have 1 million, what interest will I get? That's how the question appears online. But I think he's simply trying to say, how are you ensuring compliance of employers towards meeting this obligation of paying their due share? But he also stretches it higher, and maybe this could go to one of your board members who is a member of the Federation of Uganda Employers, on job security. He seems to be concerned about employees who lose their jobs at the whim of an employer. Is that something you can speak to? Please do.
Thank you, Simon, and thanks to Dennis. First, I want to recognize that it is indeed true that one of our biggest challenges today is compliance. Getting all employers to consistently remit when they should for the right number of people, but also quite important on the basis of the right money. So if you are actively working and your employer deducts your money but is not remitting the same, it is our duty as NSSF to ensure that we come in and recover that money for you. But on your part as the employee, we also expect that you take on the duty of coming to us to report. You can do so by coming to any of the offices of the fund across the country, but we've also made it a bit easier. There is a platform, the whistleblower platform, where you can be able to log in, give us information that we can use to recover for you. Now, the biggest challenge is that a lot of the non-compliance involves people that are employed informally. If you don't have an appointment letter, you don't have a pay slip, you don't have an ID of the company, when you report, and even your salary is being paid informally, cash, the burden of going to audit and being able to confirm that you worked for that company becomes harder. So our ask to you is that even when you are actively employed, please physically come if you can. If you can't come, log into the platform, give us information, but most importantly, give us some clues of documents that we can be able to use to recover your money. Because if there isn't any document to prove that you are employed in a particular area, it becomes quite hard, okay? But yes, we are available to support you in case you are employed and your money is not being paid. Simon?
Someone quickly picked up from where you stopped and asked this question, and it's about the whistleblowers platform. He asks, the name is Andrew Nashimolo, he says, the whistleblower platform doesn't give feedback about the progress of a complaint. He says, can NSSF always have a way of providing feedback on whistleblowers' reports? And he goes further to say, I filed a whistleblower report, but I'm still waiting for feedback.
Thank you. Now, the way the platform is designed, when a member logs in and they whistleblow, they get what we call a tracking number. The essence of the tracking number is that whenever you need feedback, you go back to the platform and key in that very number to be able to understand the status of your case. But increasingly, we've also discovered that either some people are not comfortable being able to go back and getting the feedback on their own, or some people might be having challenges on how to use the, the platform. So what we've now begun this year is to also send emails, okay, especially where the whistleblower has been able to give us an email. We also emphasize that you give us an active phone number. So if you are in the category that cannot get feedback on your own, we've now made a decision for this year that once a month, each whistleblower will be able to hear from the fund, either via email, or if you don't have an email, we will call you to give you an update.
Mr. President, before you take your seat, I may wish to add an adjoiner to that.
Yes.
You know, we are people that love incentives. Yes, maybe angry with an employer or some situation, and I want to file a whistleblower report.
Is there an incentive that if I report Mr.
Toyota and Company Bakery Limited, who is defaulting on one or two things, I may get a percentage of eventually what you bring forward. Maybe that can help me buy data and go to your platform and log in and log out and send pictures, videos, audios. Incentive.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, there are incentives. Let me begin with the first one. The very first incentive is if a member is whistleblowing, the biggest motive should be that the fund recovers your money. So if you whistleblow and you give us information and we recover money on your behalf, there is no better incentive than us being able to go in, audit, and recover your money. So we think that the biggest motive or what should make you come out to whistleblow is that your money hasn't been paid. If we recover your money, we invest your money, you'd be among those who are getting 13.5 on that money. So the biggest incentive for any member that comes out to give us information is that we recover money on your behalf. But number two, under the Whistleblowers Act, whistleblowers, number one, are protected, okay? But two, if we recover money, we can always sit with you, we negotiate and give you some small reward for supporting the fund. But the disclaimer on that is a big percentage of the whistleblowers are cases that are already known by the fund. So for you to qualify for a reward because you gave the fund information and we recovered money would be a case that was not known to the fund. If you report and there is a particular source of money that the employer was not, paying, and that information is not completely known by the fund, then you'll be eligible. But like I mentioned earlier, there is no greater incentive than knowing that when you report, the fund is able to recover money on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request that you take your seat? You couldn't even wait for me till you take your seat. Come back. You think of running off from questions we won't allow. I think let's make it a bit kinder on our ear and get a more appreciative voice, especially from where you sit. So, Penny, I think you have a better voice than Mr. Sajabi there, from all ways of looking at it. So please step forward and speak to us. I have a nice question from a fellow lady who is asking why, if you're giving us 13% this year, why don't I actually be able to walk into NSSF, pick my 13% of this year, go and leave you keep the principal. Then I do the same next year when you give us 17%, like that. It sounds incoherent, but she's simply saying she may want to cash out every single year and just taking the interest and leaving you with the principal. Is that something that falls within what NSF is able to do? Penny?
I wish I could rephrase the question. But that is not something that NSSF is able to do. I don't know what that age, I don't know what her age is, but I would like to just twist the question a bit to what is it that she would like to get the money for right now. Currently, we are going out into the informal sector and to everybody else to be able to save. And when we go out, we give financial literacy. And usually, I even use my own story. That when I started working, into about 5 years or 7 years, I had no money. I had no savings.
Oh, I didn't say what were you working?
Exactly. And that's when I realized that I did not know how to save. I didn't know, I didn't have the financial knowledge to do that. And now that I know better, we're going out and spreading it, and I will tell you why. The present bias right now, the needs that we live with, school fees, rent, water, electricity, airtime, compete with the future. And we forget that at one time we will not be able to work the way we are working right now. We will not be strong enough. We will be of a certain age and we do not save. And so what I would like to advise that lady who is asking if she can just be picking her interest every year is to consider that there'll be a time when she'll not be able to do what she's doing right now, and that time will definitely come, and she will still be needing to pay for the bills that she's paying right now, and she will not be having probably a source of income. She is creating her passive income right now for the future.
Incredible. Now I'll ask the last one, which is one that may soon relate to me from the look of things and how years are running. And let's ask, when I clock 55 and I'm eligible, is it okay if I just come and take a little bit, not everything? Can I even just not come at all and still continue to benefit from interest rates and the rest? But if I'm to come and take a little bit, what's the minimum I can take out or the maximum I can take out if I want to leave something with you to keep earning an interest?
Very good question, Simon. At 55 years old, you can actually come and take all your savings.
I can't wait.
Yeah, so you can actually come and take all your savings, but you also have an option to leave that money with NSSF and not get bothered with how it is going to be invested and earning interest, and just take a bit of it. You can, and then just leave the money with NSSF and leave the burden with NSSF to create the right investments for your money to grow. We have many people who have reached the age of 55 and have decided no, they will not take out their money, or they'll just take out a portion of it. So yes, you have options to take out all of it or to leave the fund to continue investing it for you.
I think that's something that deserves a hand clap. Because
and Simon, sorry, there's also another part to that. You don't only have to wait to reach the age of 55. There are those who leave this country and go to another country permanently, and they qualify to be paid the immigration benefits, because then now they subscribe to the laws of another country. They also choose to leave their money with the fund and go to country X, so that when they come back, they have a buffer. And while that money remains with the fund, it's earning interest. So you don't have to wait to reach 55 to decide that the fund can keep your money and keep growing it. Even when you are eligible to get it, because of immigration reasons, you can choose to leave it. There's also the exemption that when you are now working with government or with international bodies that are legally exempt, you have the option of coming to get all your money from NSSF. But you can choose to leave it there and let the fund invest it for you and grow it for you. And we also have many of those members. So you don't have to wait to be 55 years old.
There's no doubt that NSSF indeed means a better life. Any wish to say?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Isaac Ogwang, step forward. A little fly on the wall told me that this is how the computation for the interest rate is done. And of course, this was a conversation between me, Muzami, with the guy at the local border stage, and all the other friends of mine I normally hang around with. They say, you send 3 numbers to the Minister of Finance. And then when he wakes up in the morning, he plays Russian roulette with the numbers and just chooses that one number that looks nice. This morning, he chose 13.5. I don't know whether you had sent to him 16 and a 9 and he chose the middle one. We don't know. So allay our fears. How is that done? How do we arrive at 13.5 where we like today?
Thank you very much. And I think I still remember the name, Events Flow Management Consultant.
A drink on me after here, we shall grab a coffee.
Thank you very much. I'll go straight to your question. Interest is a factor of many things. The performance of the fund, like you saw, we belabored how the fund performs, and therefore at the end of the day, after we have met all our costs, we come up with an amount of money that we are going to distribute to our members as interest. So that is the logic behind the interest, and the numbers that are shared with the minister are sensitive to that rationale. The law actually provides that the interest shall be paid annually, and it's based on the money that is made. I am not an accountant, I'm a lawyer, but I know that after you have taken away your costs, you have money that is left over, and then you distribute that to the membership. That is my answer. Thank you very much.
In all honesty, I don't remember what you just said. As you can see, I was being told of what time the money will be sent to my account. Oh, folks, the 13.5% is going to be credited to your account by lunchtime. And lunchtime, I mean 6 p.m. You know the lunch we eat normally late, so 6 p.m. around there. If they haven't, I'll give you the number of Patrick Ayot. He's the guy to call. But if they do, and you need to tip someone out of excitement, my number is at the back of the room. When you're going out, you'll see the number. If you want to send mobile money, it brings my name, Simon.
Yes, please. You want me to repeat what I said?
No.
Go ahead.
Let's proceed.
Very good.
That having been said, how do we allay the concerns of savers who, you know how we normally love to gossip and say, but was it 13.5 or it was higher and NSF decided to frustrate it to some EFRIS, VAT, what, and these other things they normally use to deduct money, withholding this, withholding the other. How can we take it as a foolproof number without any back-end machinations of number playing?
Thank you very much. I'll go straight to that. Before the number was declared, we went through the audited financials. We have a report that Stevens has introduced, and it's out there right now. So these numbers are verified. What we verify is our income. We also verify our expenses. We verify all the numbers, and I can stand here and confirm that the 13.5 is as a result of a verified number. And the Auditor General has also given us that assurance. So where I sit as a lawyer, the fund can confirm that the number 13.5 is verified. Thank you very much.
On that note, take your seat, Isaac. Let me invite Ms. Barbara Ali. Barbara is going to share with us more about products.
Thank you.
Now, for you, Barbara, I think I will also first start with giving you some housekeeping rule. As you answer your question, avoid looking at me in as much as I know it's tempting and irresistible to look at me. Look at the camera, because I think before asking your questions, I'm going to view your face from the camera better than myself.
Thanks for that tip.
So, and this was by the way, a comment from Richard Chomahendo, who sends in a question and says, now that Smart Life seems amazing, do you have any plans of extending further financial services to Ugandans like banks? It would be so nice as it would be our very own.
Thank you so much for that question. I would say that we are not here to compete with banks. NSSF is focused on, first of all, securing your future and ensuring that you have a better life. Banks majorly play in the short-term space, and that's why you see that most of the accounts are a little short-term in nature, and also they give credit. The fund is not supposed to give credit. That is already captured within the NSSF regulations. That's number one. Number two, we are in the long term. That is why, Simon, you mentioned that you came when you were 45, but trust me, you must have saved with us for over 10 years in order to access that. So we are in the long term. However, in terms of extension of our coverage, first of all, we have already over 20 outlets, branches, service centers in the country, so people can access our services there. Secondly, through our partnerships with the telecoms, you can access our service on your mobiles using the NSSF Go app. Then you can also access us through our partnership with the ABC, that is the agent banking company, and InterSwitch. You can access us across over 20,000 agents in the country. So in terms of access, yes, you can access us, but we are not playing in the short-term space. Having said that, we are playing also in the medium-term space with products like Smart Life, which you mentioned. It's an investment account. You choose your goal for at least a period of 1 year. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Barbara. That's very eloquently put. But you just did open your presentation by saying you don't compete with banks. However, your members seem to want you to compete with the banks. Hence the following question. Evelyn Nanyondo says, or asks, can I open a member's account for my children? If so, what's the appropriate age and what are the requirements? Clearly, Evelyn wants to turn her children into employees so that she can pay 10% and they as employees pay the 5%. But is it allowed? Is it legal?
We have good and bad news for her. Because first of all, the NSSF Act provides that a member should be 16 years old. So we cannot directly do business with her children. However, on the voluntary side, we have provision using your Smart Life Flexi account. Somebody can actually create sub-accounts within their main account. And let's assume she probably has a lovely daughter called Barbara, maybe a son called Simon. You just name one of those, you just say Simon, Barbara, and then you create those sub-accounts and save towards their future or their education, whatever you want to achieve. So it's possible if you are the member and then you create sub-accounts, but you cannot directly bring someone who is under 16 to save with the fund. Thank you.
So the good news, you heard. The bad news, ignore. What's for sure is the fund is open to do business with you and make your life better. Baba, take your seat.
Thank you.
So, members in this room, you will notice that there are two distinguished gentlemen who have not called to the podium. When I was being briefed for this assignment, I was told of where the landmines are and who to fear and not to fear. For that matter, those two, I will leave them to you, Patrick. You'll be the one to tell me who of them I should invite to answer the following questions. Do we have a deal? Ah, very good. I could see the way Mr. Kasato was looking at me, he was waiting to pounce. So, here is a question around the issue of, okay, let's say investments. Mr. Kasato brought himself. It's not me invited you. I think there is a coded conversation between Patrick and Mr. Kasato that they just look at each other the same way our parents looked at us and you knew that this eye means go home. The next eye, don't eat, even when you're hungry. So, Simon from Adoke asks, glad to be part of this community. Can the fund invest regionally rather than concentrating all investments in the central region? By doing so, it creates jobs, brings services closer, and develops different regions. So he asks a question, answers it, then asks it again for you to answer it with more clarity. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I like the fact that part of the question has actually been answered, but I think he meant our real estate investments, because he says that most of the investments are actually concentrated in Kampala. In terms of our real estate investments, we actually started investing regionally by investing in an office block in Jinja. It was the first. We spent about 4 billion Uganda shillings. That one opened the doors for us investing in other areas like Mbarara. We put up an office block. We spent almost 5 billion. We are now doing investments in Mbale. We're doing investments in Mbale. We have plans to do an office block in Gulu, only that we didn't manage to get land. But let me, even for the non-real estate investments, let me actually give him comfort that we are investing across the entire country. As you're aware, we've invested in 2 listed companies on the telecom side, MTN and Airtel. According to the Uganda Communications Commission, there are almost 45 million Ugandans with mobile telephone numbers. Those which are active in the region of, they're almost 40 million. So that is regional as they come. In terms of mobile money, the last time I checked Bank of Uganda, you have almost 34 million mobile money accounts. So the fund is investment in Airtel or even MTN actually goes a long way in providing financial inclusions, not just for the people in Kampala, but for the people spread across the country. But even for fixed income, when we invest in the government of Uganda bond, the government will undertake investments that benefit the entire country. You heard the Honorable Minister talking about, how he's struggling with getting loans to finance development in the country. The investment in government bonds goes a long way in investing in power lines, the high voltage lines to extend electricity to the communities, investing in road construction. I can go on and on in terms of what that money does, but it is actually not true that our investments are concentrated in Kampala. It's only that those that you see with your eyes, like pension towers and some of the projects that we are doing are in Kampala, but actually they are spread across.
Oh, thank you very much for that very reassuring message. Now, as a follow-up to that question, John Bosco seems to take the beef even higher, especially with regard to the conversation between you and the interventions in government. He says, why should you continue supporting public institutions when government employees do not serve with NSSF? He's a vindictive guy. You hear how he sounds with his question?
Yeah, I think the reality is that we work with government, even when someone is not a member of the scheme. Given our size in the economy and importance in the economy of Uganda, we continue to do good for people who are beyond members of the fund. That is why every single year, in addition to the financial reporting, which is done in the audited accounts, which are the Auditor General's has actually attested to, we also issue the sustainability report, meaning that beyond our membership, we care for people, we care for the people, the communities where we live, we care for the environment, and we believe that it's a win-win situation. It is not a win-lose. It doesn't follow that just because the NSSF is made for the members who are working in the private sector, those who are working in the public sector cannot benefit by the activities of NSSF. And indeed, it is true, as you've seen from the sustainability report and the report that was done by KPMG, that indeed we are doing a lot more than our total assets.
Thank you very much. You may wish to take your seat. Thank you. Most obliged. Hand clap, please. Clap if you must, because the next person can determine whether your children or even yourself gets employed at NSSF. Milton Award, please step forward. He prefers these claps in advance, not after. Now. Milton?
Yep.
Look at me, look at yourself. For me to trust that my money is in good hands, one, I must be convinced that the 600 or so staff members at NSSF are not only industrious, are not only qualified, but they are highly motivated, and that you as an institution have a zero tolerance to any one of those characters touching a shilling from the saver and sending it to a private account in a manner that breaks the law. So look us in the face and reassure us that the people you have at NSSF meet the bidding of what people can describe as a communion of saints.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I think I will start by a disclaimer. We do not operate a communion of saints at NSSF. We have normal Ugandans like you and I who work for us, like you and I, yeah. But maybe before I get to your question, let me just emphasize one point that was made by our MD, and the chairman said it as well. The success that NSSF experiences, or the success that has just been announced today, is the outcome of the work of the 600 staff of NSSF. It's true, we got a great strategy that was shared by our leaders today. It's true, we got an enabling environment in the country, but all those put together, without the hard work the commitment and resilience of our employees, we wouldn't be where we are. So coming to your question, how do we assure our members that our employees will do the right things? So the answer to your question is that if you got the kind of employees that we have at the fund, the role that we perform as the leaders in the organization is to ensure we create the environment to be the very best versions of themselves. That means you got to create the environment where people not just want to perform to their best, but people feel like they are in the right organization, the culture is right, they are valued as individuals, they are given the tools that they need to do the best that they can, and overall, they feel that for the effort that they put on the table, the organization recognizes and rewards it. Of course, we put in place governance frameworks. There are rules and regulations on what can be done and what can't be done. But more than leveraging the rules in terms of getting people doing the right thing, the wrong thing, we try to create the environment where everybody finds it intrinsic in themselves to do the right thing every time, whether the line manager is there or not, because they value what they do, they value the impact that they create in the country, and everybody feels good doing good stuff. So that's what we emphasize on. When MD was talking about 95% employee engagement, the summary of it all is people want to feel good about what they are doing, not just because of what they get, but because they feel as an organization they are looked at it holistically. So I can tell you, I think without fear of contradiction, that 99% of our staff commit to do the right things every single day. Being a normal organization, there will be that small percentage that will be tempted, and it's not a temptation that's in NSSF only. I think our country, there is a generation that wants to get a job today and tomorrow drive a Mercedes-Benz because they see MDs driving a Mercedes-Benz, not knowing that for him to drive that Mercedes-Benz, he has had to work at it for 20 years, 30 years. So there will be people who are tempted to do things like that. But the fortunate thing is we got rules and guidelines that help us. And we apply it very consistently. And every time somebody gets on the wrong side of it, they know we mean it. If we say you dip your hand in the wrong place, we catch up with you, you get dealt with. That in a way in itself is a bit of a deterrent. So I can tell you for sure that having been in the HR profession for a while, the level of people being caught outside the law in NSSF is significantly lower than the level of people being caught out of the law in many other institutions that I know. So the fact of us focusing on getting people, catching people doing right, and encouraging to reward people being caught doing the right thing is paying off big dividends for us. I hope that assures the member that asked the question. Thank you.
From the look of things, don't move, Milton. We normally get people sent to us their brief professional bios or even applications for jobs. And there's normally this famous line that I didn't think would ever pass as a true statement, that I can perform my duties without or with minimum supervision. Looks like that is true at NSSF, right?
Absolutely true.
Great. So when it is true to that extent, and someone does everything right and excels exceedingly, what's the reward mechanism? Just a little bit on that. We saw the sanctions bit, the reward.
Okay. So just so that people don't say, I said absolutely just because it's the convenient thing to say. The reason our people work with minimum supervision is because of the performance management process that we use. At the beginning of every year, financial year, which is July, we ensure that everybody has 100% clarity of what performance expectations are of them. So everybody knows to the letter what their employer expects them to do. So whether the supervisor is there or not, the person knows what needs to be done. The only role that supervisors do at the fund is to enable our staff to deliver what they need to deliver. What are the tools they need to deliver? What is the equipment they need to deliver? What's the environment? So once you create that, you can go and sleep and everyone will do what they do. So when you do employee engagement, there are a number of things, but you want me to be brief. So there are things which are to drive the right performance, the right behavior. There are things to sanction inappropriate behavior. So we focus on those things that drive the right behavior. And there are many things. The most one I can say, which I know many of my colleagues in the HR fraternity have come to chat with us and benchmark with us on, is how do you leverage your reward structure to drive performance in a more focused way. In a lot of companies here in Uganda and beyond, we work for salaries. You know, when you have a contract of employment which says your salary is 1 million bob, you know you'll get that money. So long as you show up for work, you go home, the 1 million will be there. The element of what HR people call variable pay is very low. Variable pay means the better you perform, the bigger that component goes up, or you call it bonus. So the bonus regime we operate at the fund is very, very directly linked to the performance output that our employees give. So for selfish reasons, I would like to earn as much as possible, right? The way I can maximize how much I earn is by performing as highly as possible so that my bonus also goes up. So over the last 3-4 years, the average performance of individuals at the fund has been going up and up and up, and equally their earning potential has been going up and up and up. So in summary, we do that, but beyond just the bonus element, we got recognition schemes that we operate at the fund. Recognition means if my boss finds me, catches me doing something good, he doesn't have to wait for bonus. He'll say, well done, Milton. Here is a voucher. Go have dinner for 2. Take your wife or somebody close to you. And that operates not just MD doing that for people reporting. Each of these gentlemen here can do for their teams and the people that report for them. So everybody looks out to catch somebody doing something right so that we can reward good behavior begets good behavior. So in summary, that's part of what we do. Thank you.
Now let me turn to my people here in the audience. Folks, do you think I've done well? Do you think I've done well? So let's try and test what Milton has just said. If you agree that I have done well, let's see the reward from the vouchers and the dinners that he's talking about. Like you, not so Patrick. Let me wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you know, in his statement he said, each of these gentlemen and ladies do that to whoever does well. The example of a doing well is here. Let's wait and see. Patrick? Before you come in, just to let you know, you are too good for me to ask a question. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set you off to the crowd here. On condition that it is one question and it's from a lady. One question and from a lady. Over here. Patrick, that's your cue to start.
Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice Katoko. My question is, I was wondering the gender balance. What is the secret in the name? I can see how many people are those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there are 2 ladies.
Actually, I have some good news for you. We have a gentleman who is sitting in for a lady. That would make it 3 versus 5. So we are doing quite well in that area in terms of gender balancing. But it is the gender balancing is a struggle
for us. And let me just tell you something that we are struggling with at the fund. When we look at our statistics at entry level, we pretty much have the same number of ladies, same number of gents. And remember, they're coming in most likely out of universities, they're 22, 23, 24. Once they've settled in the job, what normally happens now, the gentleman continues with his career. The lady now begins to expand the expectations. The expectations from home, the expectations from family, she gets married, and before you realize there are these conflicting things that then happen in her life. She gets married, she begins to have family. And it is one of those things, so we were trying to figure out, because as you go to mid-level management, we find there are fewer women there. Now when you come to senior level management, there are even fewer. So we said, what can we do to bridge that career? Because think about this, if a lady came in with a fellow colleague, 2 years later, they're still at the same man. She gets the first child. She has to take away almost 6 months. But doesn't stop at 6 months. Because until that child is 19, that child is on that lady's mind, more than on the man's side. She gets a second baby. Before you realize that by the time she's on the third baby, there's almost a 2-year gap between the lady and the gentleman. So we had an amazing discussions in the fund. What can we do to bridge, to narrow that, so that when the lady goes to start the family, there are things we can do that don't let her separate too much from home. So one of the things we do, which was simple for us, was we established a creche, a baby creche. So now what happens is when the lady has had a baby, instead of sitting at home, she can begin to reintegrate in the workplace at a much shorter time, because we've provided a facility that's very good for the baby. And she's very comfortable. She can come from down upstairs, go down, feed the baby, look at the baby, and that narrows the reintegration into the workplace. And we've seen it work. In fact, I think NSO has one of the best creches, maybe in East Africa. Because I know some of our ladies say, I need to have my third child quickly because, so that I can do it, so I can make use of this creche. And if what has happened is now, it even reduces the need for the lady to have a babysitter at home, and she's worried because she doesn't see the baby. But by having the baby very close to her, is trying to narrow that bridge. We then have run a special program for ladies we call the Pathfinder Academy. Specifically, how do we help our ladies deal with some of the career issues they may face? And we've run cohorts around that. The last round of promotions we had, it was amazing that we got more promotions coming from, more ladies were promoted than guys. And most of the promotions came from ladies who were participating in that program. So I think if we deliberate in the way we do things, now, once the babies are done, now, the president has been very interested. I never understood this. He always said, please get your babies early, get your babies early. So that now when you're maturing in your career, now you can focus on the career to make it work. So it's a dilemma, it's a struggle, but we are trying to make sure that it works. I hope that gave you a long answer to a problem. Thank you.
Patrick, now this will be our final question, and it comes in from someone called David Wale. And I think he represents many people who look at NSSF, and the next thing they look at are not just shilling signs in your eyes, but they see the real estate interventions you've had. Now, David says, why is NSSF holding a lot of our money in undeveloped land? Cut it into plots, sell them to members to build an estate ourselves, because the cost of NSSF built houses is very expensive. I don't think that's true, but maybe. Let us eat the elephant in the room.
Yes. A very good conversation about real estate. As we mentioned, real estate has been one of those that's a headache to the fund. But you need it for diversification purposes. We told you that we invest in 3 classes of assets: fixed income, equity, and real estate. They all work complementary to each other. I'll tell you an example. The day when the rates in Uganda dropped down,
the real estate values stay up. Even if it is land, we still take the value of that land. Every year we do evaluation of that land, and it's reflected in the financials. It reflects the interest rate that we declared today. So it's not that idle. We actually, the investment we make there, we actually take it and make sure that it works for us. Now, one method we said, okay, why don't we just get the land and subdivide it? Yeah, we could actually do that. We've thought about that. But right now, one of the things that we are very interested in, if you think about we Ugandans, so you cut me my plot, and I cut Simon's plot. Simon comes and puts up whatever house it is he wants. He said, this is my land. I also put up whatever house. So what you have is now disorganization. If you notice what NSF has tried to do is to try to introduce what we call livable, standardized places where you're so proud to belong to that community. Our communities. I have a friend of mine sent his mother to come and visit, wanted to see Luboa, and she came. That lady walked in Luboa once. She made a decision. She lives in the UK. She didn't know that in Uganda we could have estates that were as good as what was in the UK. So in a way, we have got a responsibility to try to raise the standard of housing here. Because as individuals, we're not yet disciplined. I'll cut your plot of land, and it will take 10 years to build. And I'm your neighbor, and I did mine in 2 years. Except me, I did mine a bungalow, you put a... The disorder is too much. Until we Ugandans learn how to discipline, then that can actually work very well. But if you want to create communities, standardize, very good quality living space, we're still going to try to do it that way. And we understand it. Thank you.
So, Patrick, every time you get a job offer, they list for you what is expected of you. But usually the last part is, and any other duties as may from time to time be ascribed to you by your supervisors. I am going to borrow the same logic and use it for today's conversation. That we've guided on the conversation. We have looked at possible pain points for our savers. Now it's time for you, Patrick, as team lead, to invite either yourself or any member of your team to speak to us on one or two items that may not have been contained in the questions, but you feel are salient issues that members ought to be spoken to about.
Anybody wants to take a chance?
Everyone has taken their chance, just pick the one you hate the most.
I will take it, and I'll take it in, I will answer it this way. And one thing you've said is so important. Donald Rumsfeld was a Secretary of State, of Defense in the U.S. during the U.S.-Iraq War. So he came up with this saying which was quite novel. He said, there are things we know, we know. He said, there are things we know, we don't know. Then he said, there are things we don't know, we don't know. And he said, you know, the things we know are 10% of your potential. The things we know, we don't know. For example, if I collapse here now, Simon, most likely you may say, I need CPR, but you don't know how to give CPR. So there are things you know, you don't know. The things we know, we don't know are 20% of our potential. The things we don't know are 70% of our potential. Guess what we wrote on our job descriptions? Guess what's on your job description? The things that we know, we know. You're a lawyer, we've hired you, this is what lawyers do, so we wrote it on the job description. It's just 10% of your potential. So part of life is, if you spend time doing what is on your job description, I can bet you, in 1 month that job will be boring. That job will be, you'll say it's basically a dead-end job because your 90% is percolating, wanting to go, but you're constrained by your job description. So at NSSF, what we said, okay, this is your GAD. It is an entry point. But from that point on, work on the things we don't know, or things we know, we don't know. At that point, something that Milton said, that discretionary energy that comes, you begin to live and you are alive because you're not just ticking boxes. You begin to find your purpose. I'll give you an example. I mean, we thought through this as a team. There's no other pension fund that has ever thought of Enamco. None. None. They come here and try to learn about it. A lot of the things that these guys have been responsible for, some we look back and say, but how did we think of that? Because we are trying to go beyond what we know we don't know. And when you do that, I can't even tell what we'll do tomorrow. We just know there are possibilities. Thank you.
Clearly, NSSF should be kept on a close leash as our friend in benefits. Now, no pun intended, I'm sure you've heard that before. So, Patrick, you were quick to sit, but I do not know whether you did not know that I had told you to inform any other member of your team to tell us what they know, and if needs be, tell us what they don't know, they don't know.
Can I pick a lady and a gentleman so that my sister there knows that we are
generous? If I were you, to meet her demands, I would pick 2 ladies.
Okay, so I'm going to pick, well, Barbara and Penina and Gerald. So then we can just, so, come on. And we'll be done.
Simon, can you repeat your question again? What we know, we don't know what we know.
In essence, I was simply saying, I have no more question, I have run dry, but I still have some time. So what do you want to say to us?
Oh, okay, thank you so much. What I would like to say is, first of all, to appreciate Patrick for the opportunity for us to interface with all of you. And then also just to acknowledge that we are bigger than what you see here. There are 3 of my colleagues still seated in the audience. Edward, you can stand up. That is Chief Risk. And then Chief Internal Audit, Barije. Please stand up. I don't see Dan Mugura. Okay. Probably I would pass on my challenge that you gave me to the 2 gentlemen, if Patrick will allow me. Thank you so much.
Now that has been moved to you, you will not speak from where you are, otherwise you'll be a member of the crowd. Yet you're a member of EXCO. So may I request that you come around so that we can see you in HD. You step to the microphone and introduce yourself with all the bells and whistles around your titles.
I'm Geoffrey Barije. I'm the head of internal audit. I work with the team here to provide assurance on the internal controls, on the risk management and governance processes. In terms of what we don't know,
he clapped for, because as you can see, he looks like his job. He's the kind of auditor you don't want to meet when you're on the wrong side of books. Mr. Barije, please.
Yes, thank you. What we don't know, of course, we have this big animal called the risk management. We go and set objectives. We don't know whether we shall be able to achieve all the objectives. So there are risks that we don't know when we are setting the objectives. But the good thing, we work as a team here, as Patrick has ably explained. We work as a team to be able to make sure that when we have set the objectives, then we go behind to make sure that we identify those risks that can stop us from achieving the objectives. I think I will give a chance to my brother, Edward, to add something as far as the risk management is concerned. I thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome. Edward.
Thank you, Geoffrey. My name is Edward Senyonjo. I'm the Chief Risk Officer. I think what we have not talked so much today about is risk management. The ultimate goal of risk management is to ensure that the organization attains its objective. Actually, we define risk as the effect of uncertainty on the objective. If you do not manage risk well, you cannot achieve your objectives. The measure of how effective risk management is done in an organization is the extent to which the organization achieves its objectives. With the results that have been displayed here, it is a confirmation that in the NSSF, we have robust and dynamic risk management framework. And for that reason, year in, year out, we are able to give you the results that you get. Thank you very much.
So, having heard from the risky people and the auditors, please, let's proceed. I was giving you a sound bite on which to walk to your sister. Thank you very much. Having heard from these two distinguished gentlemen, who, I think for their own safety and as part of risk management, they chose to be with the audience as listening posts while their team were out here on the spotlight. A very final one, Patrick, with your indulgence, a very important question has come through, and I am guided that only Isaac and Mr. Sajabi can answer it, and they must answer it standing together. So now we are going in two pairs. So Isaac and Sajabi. We are most obliged and well guided. Penny?
I'm supposed to say something that I don't. Anyway, when we are talking about saving, especially to our people in the informal sector, and I like this a lot because, again, you give me another chance, is that we tell them, we use the analogy of the jerry can. The jerry can. And we say that for you to wait for that moment when you have enough money to save, that moment will just never come. Because the moment you get money, you have present needs lined up for you. Again, I talk about that. But then we talk about the jerry can, and we say that if you got a jerry can and put it under a tap, and it was just receiving a dot of water, a dot that even has a gap between the next dot. And when we go out, some people have even, given us different names. A tondo. And there are even some minutes in between, and another one comes. What are you going to find in the morning? A full jerry can. And that is what we use to tell them the power of compounding. That saving as a way of life is that even if you're selling chapati by the roadside and you've sold 10 chapatis in the day, save 2 for your future. If you're going to ride a border and you've got 10 basabaze for the day, save 1 musabaze for your future. That is the dot. And what's going to happen when you compound that over a week and a month and a year and another year, you will be pleasantly surprised because NSSF is going to give you interest monthly on those little dots that will come out as a big basket, which is the full jerry can. Thank you.
In fact, Penny makes a very important submission, but for me, it's not just the content, it is the form in which it is made. For many years, you as NSSF were accused of being an elitist institution. Your members were employed people with white-collar jobs. And therefore, those in the informal sector with blue collars or no collars at all for their jobs felt left out. From the way she's speaking, even getting down the local language, you could barely find an advert of NSSF in any local language. Now we see you going out there to pick the last person in the earning economy to bring some money and save for their future. Thank you. Deputy MD.
Thank you, Simon. I think you wanted us to speak to things that have not been spoken before. I just want to share two things. Number one, after the ministers declared interest today, when Patrick made his presentation, the total assets are 26 trillion. But after the interest decision today, it means that our net assets are 136 billion. Last year, when interest had been declared, the net assets were 123 billion. Why is that one important? It is important because it underscores the role of risk management, which my colleague Edward was speaking to. It means that we have to prudently manage the affairs of the fund. If NSSF was a company, a company's net assets equals its share capital. So if it was a company, you could argue that although the total assets of the fund are 26 trillion, our share capital is 136 billion. That is net assets. So it underscores the role of risk management. Number two, NSSF is a good corporate citizen. When you look at our financial statements, in the year ended 30th of June 2025, we paid 242 billion in taxes. The year before, it was 216 billion. In the last 5 years, when you add cumulatively, you have almost 1 trillion shillings. Why is that important? It is important because we are having good conversations with our bosses, policymakers. We believe that some of the creative things that the fund wants to do today in the areas of infrastructure financing, in the areas of alternative investments, requires a good tax regime. The interest that has been declared of 13.5%, 1 percentage point, according to our financial statements, represents about 222 billion. So you can do the math and see if, we had a tax regime that actually didn't tax so much retirement savings. I think those are the two things that I wanted to add. Now my colleagues can come.
All right, so the duo of Isaac and Sajari, please step forward. And this is really a question that comes very emotively. We've had a situation where investors, especially those involved in huge infrastructure projects, employ large numbers of Ugandans, but for largely menial jobs. But even then, those Ugandans, their huge numbers, deserve to be enlisted in NSSF. And the experience has been that these investors will keep NSSF out of the door when you come to check, especially when you send your high-ended emails, how many employees do you have? They will never tell you their numbers, and that means you may have to go on the ground and physically count them. But how are you going to show up at a road construction site somewhere in a remote part of the country to count how many local employees are in there and whether or not the institution is compliant? Now, questions abound. How are you going to sort that issue out? Because it's increasingly becoming a concern. Legally, if you find non-compliance, is it a slap on the wrist, or will they hang you upside down at City Square and flog you 1,000 times by sunrise?
Okay, tough one. Isaac will touch, I think, especially the legal, aspect. Let me speak to what the practice is. So, Simon, you're totally right. And I think I mentioned this earlier, that part of what makes compliance harder is where people are employed informally. Even within the formal economy, you still have people employed informally. And I'll speak to about two sectors. So if you look at the construction, sector, if you look at some of the manufacturing, side, you have people that are termed as casuals. They don't have an appointment letter, they don't have a pay slip, they don't have a contract, but even to make it worse, they are paid on a daily basis. They are paid cash, 5,000 every day. In the past, many factories would make them sign in a book and would insist to get those books and try to compute. Some have even gotten smarter. They don't even sign anywhere because it looks like that's money that they can be able to account for. So that makes it real hard. That even when such people come to whistleblow and you go to audit, most likely you'll not find them on the books. So the only thing that we are now beginning to do is to do physical head counts. Of course, again, the challenge is that when we do the physical, head counts, you don't know how much someone is earning. So you only now begin talking to the management of that particular company to say, look, you are paying NSSF for 40 people, but when we did a head count, we discovered 500 people. Then you begin to haggle, to negotiate. Eventually you see that number going up, but what you're not even certain of is whether the amount that the company declares is indeed the right, amount. So we are working with some of our partners. We are working with some of the ministries, especially the one of labor, to see to it that certain standards and policies can be enforced. So non-compliance is a much bigger thing. Until when you have all people formally employed with evidence of employment, with letters that you can use for audit, it becomes hard. But our message to the employers out there is that whether you've employed someone verbally, okay, whether you are paying them daily, the expectation is that you are meant to deduct 5% from them and add 10%, and at the end of the month, remit that money to the fund. Then others who simply said, these are casuals, I am not meant to pay for them. There is no provision that says that there is a category called casuals and therefore you do not contribute for them. To conclude, a person that would classify as casual and therefore the obligation may not be very strict. Let's take an example of a school. We've got our, grass that needs to be slashed. We don't keep anyone to do that work on a daily. Maybe once every 4 months, we get a guy in the neighborhood who slashes, we pay him 10K, he leaves. That person cannot be classified as your employee. But for as long as you take me on, and that becomes my work every day, then you cannot deny me the right to NSSF under the guise of being casual. So yes, it is challenging, but as we work with our partners, but also as such individuals come to NSSF and give us information, we think it's a challenge that gradually we'll be able to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pick it up from there. The provisions of the NSSF Act are very clear. There is a clause that creates offenses. One of the offenses is failure to register. Now, Geoffrey has been talking about evidence because we only go to court when we have evidence. So we are working with partners like Geoffrey has said on our side. We also work with partners. We have CID that we're working with. We're working with the ODPP and we're working with the courts of law. But the bottom line here is that for us to be able to sustain a case before court, we require evidence. Now the evidence is with you, with the person who is being, affected. So we always call on people, bring up that information, let's build that evidence, and let's go to court. Because the NSSF Act provides for offenses. The MD in his speech mentioned that we had a few CEOs locked up. That is very true. We have a number of cases that we're running with, and the law empowers us to prosecute in the criminal court, and we're doing that. We have a group of licensed prosecutors who go to court countrywide, and the result is actually there. But the challenge we face is evidence. The informality in the employment is a big challenge, but more importantly, we need to partner together with you as the employees. How about you provide this information to us? There's a whistleblowers platform. Bring that information to the whistleblowers platform. There are labor officers. We're working with the labor officers because they have the right to go to the premises and get information. Another thing that we are also doing is, that under the law, inspectors are provided for. Now, these inspectors have a right to go onto premises to be able to, for example, carry out a head count. I know there's resistance, but working together with the CID, we're able to do some of these things. So a few instances where we have gone onto premises and seized documents and gone to court for that purpose. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, but it's important that we work together because the courts that we go to require evidence, and the evidence comes from you and I. So my charge to you or my call to you is when you are employed, have these hard conversations with your employers. Let them know that you have rights. And on our side, backed by the NSF Act, we'll be able to go to court to turn around that bad situation into a situation where you can get your savings and benefit from the kind of interest that we're declaring today. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a way to put it and what a way to close. Patrick, I believe that your team has its job clearly cut out. And it's interesting, even how they present. There is a group that is nice and good and they speak to you nicely. Then there is the part that looks like they are hatchet men, they will come for you when you delay. Then there are those who announce good results. And of course, there is our good friend Barbara who speaks to you so kindly. So it's a mix of different qualities that make the fund a place that will give us a better life. That said, Patrick, it's my humble pleasure. But there's no Patrick looks at you like he's saying, please don't say what you're about to say. I swear to you, Patrick, I was not going to say that from what you're going to pay me for today's job, add 15% to my account, then me I'll bring 5. That's not what I wanted to say. I simply wanted to say, you will close, I will invite the choir to sing the anthems, but most importantly, these guests of yours need to know that you've prepared them a sumptuous lunch, which is going to be served within the premises of this place, and I'm sure our teams variously have approached you individually and provided you with an entry coupon and the directions of where our lunch is going to be served. Don't fail to eat part of your money, starting with the lunch now. This lunch has been procured by part of the 13.5%. So let's give Patrick the honors to address us and after dismiss us.
It has been an interesting, amazing day. It's good to see all of you. For those who are online, thank you for being with us. I just got a message on my phone. Somebody is in Tel Aviv and they're keeping track of us, watching, which tells you how much and how far the reach is. So thank you. I think my end is, guys, this fund is yours. Let's all guard it together. When somebody is not contributing on your behalf, they're doing you a disservice. So let's guard it together. When you hear that somebody has done wrong with a fund or you think so, we've still got people in Uganda who think that all services must be paid for. All services in the fund you come for are free, whether you're registering, whether you're contributing, whether you're applying for a benefit. So anybody who stands somewhere near our door and tells you can get better than, you can get faster, please don't believe them, just come. We have enough people to help you so you can get your money in full. We've got members who have lost 20%, 30% of their money because they just didn't walk through the door. The guy got the forms, filled it for them, said, you leave it for me, I know somebody there. In fact, you're going to get it in 2 weeks. We paid within 1 week. So the member thinks this guy is a miracle worker. So please, it's your fun. If you have questions, ask. You can walk in any branch. You can make a phone call. We'll answer those questions for you. It is the one thing, and I'll end up on this. I look at NSF today, and Simon alluded to it. It's run by Ugandans. All the way from the chairman of the board, actually the ministers, all the way to the person who would be the lowest person. We are all Ugandans. So it's a testament that when somebody says all Ugandan thieves, no, we are not. All Ugandans are corrupt, no, we are not. NSF is a testament to what can happen to this country if we Ugandans just focus, like Milton said, to do right. God bless you. Thank you.
I request that you resume your seats back in the audience as the choir makes its way forward to sing the anthems in reverse order and
inspiring Uganda.
Welcome to UBC Lunchtime News. It is the 22nd of September 2025. My name is Maureen Babidie and this is our news this afternoon. Preparations for the presidential nomination exercise are in high gear as the National Organizing Committee enters the final stages of readiness. According to Electoral Commission spokesperson Julius Muchunguzi, the verification of nomination forms is ongoing, and so far only 2 aspirants, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the NRM and Nandala Mafabi of the FTC, have been cleared after meeting all the necessary requirements. Take a look. We apologize for that technicality. Now, Uganda National Examinations Board has released the timetable for the 3 sets of examinations to be conducted starting the 10th of October with the Uganda Certificate of Education Examinations briefing. The Executive Secretary UNEB, Dan Odongo, has encouraged head teachers who have not yet submitted the scores for continuous assessment for the competence-based curriculum to do so before 30th September because these account for 20% of the whole examination.
It's now my pleasure to launch the timetables for our 3 examinations with the PLE, then for the Uganda Certificate of Education examination, the primary living examination will come in with a briefing on October 31st, and then finally the Uganda Certificate of Advanced Certificate of Education will close with a briefing on the 7th of November 2025. So, candidature, we inform you that as of last evening, we have registered a total of 1,416,468 candidates from the 3 examinations. This is an increase of 107,470 or 7.5% compared to last year's candidature, which was 1,308,999. Of the total registered, 51.5% are female and 48.5% are male. Because it is still possible, like it happened on Thursday last week, we discovered a school around Lugazi with 138 UCE candidates or students and 10 USCE students who had not been registered at all. And so the board had to take the necessary action to include this. So we are saying this is provisional because it is possible that another school like that might still be somewhere. The registration this year, we had a challenge with the submission of CA scores from schools, but I'm happy to inform you members of the press that all the scores for term 1 were submitted because these scores must come in termly, and as I speak now, 96% of the scores for term 2 have been submitted. And I would like to encourage the teachers or the head teachers of the 4% of the centers that have not submitted to please do so, because our end date is 30th of September.
Thank you so much for that report. Now I'll take you back to our first report, where our preparations for the presidential nomination exercise are in high gear as the National Organizing Committee enters the final stages of readiness. According to Electoral Commission spokesperson Julius Muchunguzi, the verification of nomination forms is still ongoing. So far, only 2 aspirants, Yori Kaguta Museveni of the NRM and Nandala Mafabi of the FDC, have been cleared after meeting all the necessary requirements.
One, I should mention that all those who submitted the lists, 38 of them have been informed of where they lie at different levels. And those who have been informed, some of those that have not yet fulfilled the threshold are busy making sure that they fill those gaps. But as we spoke yesterday, 2 aspirants, Mr. Yoweri Museveni Kaguta and Mr. Nandala Mafabi, had been cleared and given certificates. But since that time, more of the aspirants, and there are 38 and you remember them, they are busy submitting. I do not know where the status is now, but I can tell you that the commission is at the headquarters in town at 67th Street Industrial Area, checking those particulars and informing the people where they are. But you know that when we opened the floodgates of picking these forms on the 11th of August, so many people, over 200 people came to the commission, and people were saying, Banange, hasn't the position of president been diluted to almost nothing? We see everybody. We think we are seeing comedians. Some were saying people were comedians and I don't know what. But you can see that one, they were fulfilling the requirements to pick forms. But picking forms is one. Returning them is another. And getting through the process to fulfill the requirements, even for those who have returned them, is not necessarily a piece of what? A piece of cake. So we believe that the position of President of the Republic of Uganda remains very coveted, and only serious people who have what it takes will go through the nomination process to become candidates and then offer themselves to the people of Uganda, for the people of Uganda to exercise what is provided for in Article 1 of the 1995 Constitution, which says that all power, all sovereignty belongs to the people of Uganda.
Now, the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Internal Affairs, has announced arrangements to host the 9th Africa Amnesty Month with the call of promoting illicit weapons surrender. Simon Peter Mondei, the Internal Affairs spokesperson, says the commemoration is set to commence on the 2nd to 3rd of October 2025 at Munyonyo Speak Resort and will be used to showcase Uganda's efforts in disarmament, demobilization and reintegration of programs. We have a report.
Designed to encourage the voluntary surrender of illegal firearms by civilians free from prosecution. We encourage all Ugandans to actively participate in this initiative by supporting the surrender of illicit weapons and engaging in nationwide sensitization efforts. Together, we can build a safer, more secure Uganda and contribute to a peaceful Africa. The event will be held at the Speak Resort Munyonyo Hotel with the Peace and Security Council delegation arriving on October 1st and concluding their activities on October 4th.
But already we see the impact of the presence of these irregularities within our communities. Already there are those incidences that have occurred arising from the illegal misuse of firearms. And this campaign targets the civilian population. Get it from me. This campaign targets the civilians, the population, the wider population out there. Because it was discovered that arising from the conflicts that have prevailed on the continent, there are a lot of leakages of these guns that end up in the hands of the civilians. and they are not legally owned. So this is where the campaign focuses.
In another development, the Minister of Finance, Matia Kasaija, has declared NSSF's interest rate of 13.5% of the financial year 2024-25. Kasaija was addressing the NSSF 13th annual meeting. We have details.
Total revenue increased by 11% from shillings 3.2 trillion in the financial year 23-24 to Uganda shillings 3.52, and I think Uganda billion 382 in the financial year 24-25. Having read the fund's financial report, I would like to give the assurance that the fund has a healthy balance.
Thank you so much. Now, the District Governor, Rotary Uganda and Tanzania, Christine Cheyune Kawoya, has urged people in privileged positions to support vulnerable groups, especially expectant mothers, to curb the challenges they face during pregnancy. This was during the handover of maternal materials to pregnant mothers and a tour of renovations at Hope Clinic, Lukuli and Machindie, Kampala. We have the details.
Expectant mothers in many parts of Uganda continue to grapple with challenges ranging from limited access to medical supplies, inadequate delivery beds, and poorly equipped health facilities. Hope Clinic in Lukuli under the Church of Uganda is one of such facilities struggling to cope, despite serving more than 7,000 patients annually. In response, Rotarians from Kansanga, Machindie West and Konge Lukuli have undertaken a 20 million shilling renovation project to restore the facility and strengthen maternal health services. The Rotarians renovated the clinic building, donated delivery kits, medicines and other essential supplies, while also planting medical trees to help combat mosquitoes. Rotary Kansanga President Charles Musoke said it is the responsibility of all citizens to bring hope to those in need, particularly in the health sector.
Mama woberanga omufuddeko mama y'omusingi gw'amaka omwana oba omulabiridde aba mukavalingiddemu nti omwana tagenda kulwala n'amaka gabeera masanyufu nga tegalinamu bulwadde.
The District Governor of Rotary Uganda and Tanzania, Christine Cheyune Kawoya, commended the teams for their support and called on other citizens to join the cause.
Partnerships is the way to go. We can be able to run very fast. But if we run together, we are going to cover a bigger distance and so the need for us to partner. We are changing lives. We are changing communities. We are creating impact wherever we are. Continue to address the needs of the communities in which we live.
Board member Patrick Chivombe emphasized the clinic's mission to provide quality health care, noting that the support will go a longer way in easing the burden on mothers and families in the areas.
It really helps the community around helping the community through this. A very important facility, and we are very, very grateful for the support you have given and you are still giving.
The event concluded with induction of new members and existing members, alongside collection of more than $600 in contribution. Once again, the District Governor Christine Cheyune Kawoya urged privileged individuals to reach out to vulnerable groups, particularly expectant mothers. Susan Nabugude in Kampala.
Thank you, Susan, for that report. You're still a diligent viewer up until now. We'll take a short break and return with more news.
Tobera Vando Avela Muliscando Akola night shift like a candle. He's stealing, he and robbing, he and your network, he's destroying.
Vandalism is an offense punishable by up to 10 years in jail.
Vando, lava Vando, Vando, Quata Vando, Vando, lava Vando, Tobera Vando.
Diseases like mpox can catch anyone, and when treated by qualified health workers, patients fully recover. However, it is important to know that survivors are not carriers. Welcome them home with open arms and support them to start life afresh. Truly, they need your support and compassion.
Always remember to seek guidance from the nearest health facility on how to support survivors to resettle well in the community.
For more information about mpox, call the Ministry of Health toll-free line on 0800 1066 or send a free SMS to YouReport on 8500. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health
with support from UNICEF, WHO,
and its partners.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Genshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day. Don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Genshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
Step into a world of excellence, comfort and pride with Royal Foam Furniture, crafted to perfection right here in Uganda. We bring you state-of-the-art living room furniture and bedding products at affordable prices. Our wide variety of mattresses include orthopedic, pillow top, spring mattresses suitable for institutions like hotels and many others for home comfort. With every piece telling a story of royal excellence, our products are built with the highest quality materials made to last. Experience royalty with Royal Foam Furniture, proudly made in Uganda, so buy Uganda and build Uganda. Visit our showrooms at Ginger Road, Chambogo Junction, Bukota Chisasi Road, and on Victoria Mall, Entebbe, on the first floor.
Welcome back from the break, and now in our business news, the Uganda Manufacturers Association's UMA has launched the 31st Uganda International Trade Fair at UMA Showgrounds in Lugogo, Kampala. The event aims to promote trade, investment and economic growth in the country by providing a platform for local and international manufacturers to showcase their products and share knowledge. The Executive Director, UMA, Dr. Ezra Rwanda, said the trade fair will feature a wide range of products, including agro-processed goods, pharmaceuticals, textiles and machinery. Exhibitors will have the opportunity to connect with potential buyers, share insights and explore business opportunities. Industry experts will also share knowledge on the latest trends and challenges facing the manufacturing sector. We have a report.
Trade fair stands as a testament of resilience and innovation of Uganda's manufacturers and reflects the boundless and untapped potential of our economy. It shines as a beacon of hope and opportunity for every entrepreneur, investor and citizen committed to building a prosperous future for our nation.
Our teams have been working tirelessly on the ground to translate our grand plans into a tangible reality. We are now in the final phases of preparations, focusing on the critical details that will ensure an immense, secure and highly successful event. We have seen incredible momentum from our partners already, the exhibitors and showgoers.
The trade fair grounds are shaping up into a vibrant hub of specialized knowledge and unique opportunities. This year we are proud to feature several dedicated pavilions to highlight specific sectors. Number one is the agricultural pavilion, which is going to showcase agro-processing trades in line with the NDP4. The industrial education pavilion, where exhibitors will not only showcase practical innovations, but also impart knowledge to our students, entrepreneurs and enthusiasts. The Made in Uganda supermarket, a dedicated space to celebrate and promote local products. The health.
Now, still in business, Chint Uganda, an electronic and furniture distributor, has delivered its 75 million shillings towards the support of the Kampala City Authority Festival, slated on the 4th of October 2025. Chint has become a gold sponsor of the festival, and the support was received by the Deputy Executive Director, Benon Chigenyi, who mobilized other development partners to support the festival. We have a report.
Kampala City Festival in itself is bringing back a kawo which has been off the streets of Kampala for a whole 7 years. And as we come back to bring back this kawo, we are with the persons that are proud to be our shirt sponsors, who have given us the light, and today they are lighting our way into the festival.
Now lighting partner, we lit up Kajansi up to Monyoyo Expressway. With KCCA, we have also introduced night football through their football club, KCCFC, and today actually that's the jersey we are putting on. So we are always proud to engage in activities that KCCA comes up with. And we believe this is one of those exciting events that are going to happen in this city.
Bigger, better organized. That place will have a multiplicity of events. We will have a children's village. We shall have a cultural village. We shall have a halal village. We shall have a Christian village.
Someone shake.
Ebiseera by'okuzaayo abaana mu masomero tebiteekwa kukaluubiriza n'akatono. Eno kusimba nnyiriri mpanvu, kano kalipagano ka bidduka. Simanya kuzunga na banka siripusi? Kati osobola okusasula school fees z'omwana wo ate n'okola n'ebirala ntoko ku ssimu ye ey'omu ngalo. Ekikola kyangu nnyo. Nyiga bunyizi *185*8 ogoberera ebikulagiriddwa oba okozese app ya MTN Momo. Ate kati okola ki olwaleero? MTN Mobile Money Uganda Limited erungamizibwa banka enkulu ya Uganda.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Genshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Genshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
My friend Baka was found to be positive for Mpox at his old age. He needs our prayers. By the way, Timo, did you know that Mpox-related deaths occur among people with underlying conditions like HIV/AIDS, diabetes, malnutrition, and other old age-related illnesses?
Of late, I've not been following Mpox issues. I thought it wasn't that serious. So, are you saying that as long as one has any underlying condition and feels unwell, just run to the hospital?
Yes! You do not have to wait. If you have any of the signs and symptoms like a body rash, a fever, headache, and body weakness, visit your nearest health facility immediately. We do not have to take any chances, my brother.
We need to immediately inform our peers in the club to be careful.
You see, with Mpox, the magic is in getting treatment early. Those who have suffered severe disease, they wasted a lot of time either treating themselves or ignoring the disease.
Save your life. Seek treatment early. Only from professional health workers whenever you feel unwell. For more information
about Mpox,
call a Ministry of Health toll-free line on 0800 1066 or send a free SMS to YouReport on 8500. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health Uganda
with support from UNICEF, WHO,
and its partners.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
Welcome back, and now we're heading to our sports news. About 700 runners joined the Sickle Cell Run in Chambogo, organized by the Pharmaceutical Society of Uganda and Rising Hope International. Pharmacist Hope Fortunata Siro, who lost 2 daughters to the disease, urged Ugandans to test before you laugh, saying screening is the only way to prevent children from being born with sickle cell. PSU leaders said the run was a call to action, while partners pledged free testing from the proceeds. Uganda records 25,000 sickle cell births each year, with most children dying before the age of 5. Now, the run was both a race and a national appeal to couples to screen before marrying.
Okay, now we're going to stretch more the hamstring when you're running, yeah? Every time you step in.
Tetukoze kimala abantu tebamanyi nze ndi musawo nva mu famire y'abasawo naye n'ekintu kyangwako kitegeeza ekintu kino tetunaba kyogera nnyo tetukiyigiriza nnyo mu masomero gaffe tuyigiriza HIV naye tetuyigiriza sickle cell. Abantu baba bagenda for premarital counseling nga baagala kufumbirwa tubagamba batestinge HIV. Bana HIV tumutya naye ate sickle cell tumutye okusinga ne HIV. Abantu batestinge sickle cell nga wogamba ono alina HIV kan deciding oba ngenda kubeera naye oba nedda. Ne sickle cell tukole kyekimu. Ate ekirala especially mbadde ngenda gamba mu kyalo naye nedda kubanga nange kyantuukako abantu abangi nga bajja nga bangamba muno ngende mu basawo olaba nga bagamba witchcraft nga bagamba abaana babaloze olaba ekitegeeza abantu tebategedde ekya sickle cell balooza bulogo balooza oba kaasi tebamanyi buno obulwadde nga bw'obeera n'obulwadde obulala. so ntegeeza abantu sikoseeyo si muno omuntu yakuloga nedda naye bulwadde ate obuva mu musaayi tewali kyosobola okugamba oba okwebaka mosquito net oba okugamba muno kino ne kino si kiwuka naye ekintu ekiviira ddala musaayi so okukirwanisa abantu ababiri bwe muba mudecidinga ogetinga married mulina okusooka okutestinga okulaba oba muli bakaria nga kino ekintu mukiina mu musaayi kubanga gwe tekikosa omuntu ali karia nganze abeerera ddala bulungi actually bagamba bakaria tebalwala nnyo kati obeera bulungi nga tewali asobola okususpectinga muno oli karia n'obeera oli karia naye ofuna munno nga si karia ng'obulwadde otuyambye ng'obulwadde obwo bukoma tebweyongera mu baana so mutuyambe testinga nga tonaba kwagala.
Thank you so much for that report you've heard from the horse's mouth. Now in more sports news, the 2025 Uganda Aquatics Swimming League concluded over the weekend with top athletes getting recognized in their respective age groups. Our reporter Miro has the report.
Take your marks.
The third and final swimming league meet of 2025 concluded over the weekend. Swimmers collected maximum points in their respective age categories. One of the outstanding stars at the swim meet was Lakan Gant, who impressed in the freestyle and individual medley events.
I was really fighting out there. I appreciate the competition and everything. Yeah, the league meet has been super fun, super competitive, tons of fast people out here, tons of good races. Yeah, Uganda swimming is super competitive. I really like the spirit here.
Jaguar athletes who dominated this year spoke about the success in the 2025 league season.
Although I started from behind, I managed to make new PBs and beat the field.
The reason why I liked my league is because it helped me improve in major races like breaststroke, freestyle and fly. I'm happy to come first overall this year. It's really a big achievement in my swimming career, and it's just the beginning of a long journey.
So the league in general has been nice. It's been kind of hard, but it's been okay in general because like not everything was bad. There are also like a lot of good things about it. So yeah, I liked it and I look forward to swimming next year's league.
Focus now shifts to the Dolphins Fast and Furious swim meet slated for this weekend and the Africa Aquatics Zone 3 Championships in Kenya next month. Marshall Miro Victor, UBC News.
Thank you so much. And now that wraps up our time for UBC Lunchtime News. Do not forget to see our subsequent bulletins at 7 p.m. on UBC Lero, UBC News Tonight at 8 and 10 p.m. My name is Maureen Bavidie. Have a lovely afternoon.